Good morning, everyone. Yeah, good morning. Let me open the sequence. Very good morning. So, what is the status of assignments of yesterday? Let me just open that and ask you because I did not get the complete whole. Wait a second. So here, whatever pending, of course, I'll get it done in the lab. But I just want to know. Let me start with this. Okay. I hope now day 11 assignments till day 11. I'm not talking about yesterday. I'm talking about day before. Okay, you got this updated. I'll have a look at it, Akshay. Thank you. Actually, I got a link, but anyway, let me check this again. So, is anyone pending on day 11 work still? That is, what was it? Regarding sorting and all. You are spending or done. Day 11 is done. Very good. So, because 2 days gap can then kill you. It is still pending. Okay, day 11 is still pending. Then there's no, I mean, I don't want to really ask about that. But anyway, so I hope you have looked at because that is what I got it done in one of the labs. The shuffle method tells you about the wildcard. This tells you about this generic method. I slightly changed this. It gives you the comfort or confidence in writing generic methods. I had uploaded all of that D12 lab data. And this tells you about the bounds. Okay, so with different ideas, with different objectives, I had asked you to do that. This tells you this requires what? Upper bound, extends, question mark, extends. This is using a lower bound. And then I did not get time, we did not reach here, I think, in my lab. So then copy is the method which combines both upper bound and lower bound. Okay, so that was, it was done in that particular sequence. So I don't know, like, but I don't want to discuss it since people are still pending on day 11 assignment. Um, so let me not waste time in asking about it. I'll take that directly in the lab. But I need to know, have you at least gone through the generic syntax? That is advanced generic syntax, basic generic syntax you've been knowing for last 2-3 days. So let us have a quick recap. Let us solve some generic questions here, and some of them we will solve it in the lab. Okay, the one which I want to discuss, Peck's principle. I mean, I have already given you the link. I will again request you all to go through that link. There is a how to do Java something, so that the author really talks about in a simple words, fruit basket and all that, about producer extends consumer super, and then you will have a complete idea about when to use extends and when to use super. But let me not jump in like that. So let us start with the things. Start answering, and we will come to the main thing of today's hashing. So this I don't want to spend too much time in the theory session, lab session, anytime you want. So start. What is question mark in generics? Simple question, simple answer. It is a wildcard syntax. So this represents any unknown type. Okay. So that is, and sorry, basically it can be replaced by any type. So when you say just question mark, what it represents is a bounded or unbounded, you know the answer, unbounded wildcard. So if you have taken if you have taken a look at collections class shuffle method. That shuffle method is all about, I mean, it is taking a list of question mark type. So when you say collections.shuffle and list of question mark type, will it be able to shuffle a particular type of a list or any type of a list? P for particular, any for A for any, whatever. I said collections.shuffle. You not looked at it? I'll ask you again. Wait a second. I asked you whether when you use collections.shuffle, give me a second. Of course, it will be able to do it like you're saying correctly, any type of a list. A second. Just, you know, it's always best to refer to it directly. So when I say the idea was not randomizing or shuffling, idea was generic syntax. So this can be replaced by list of strings, list of customers, list of students, list of any type. Okay, that was the question thus. But you have seen that, let me ask you this way. Here, when you, okay, let me go line by line. Then we saw the keyword extends. So start. When you talk about extends, what does extends represent? Upper bound or lower bound? Everyone knows that. I mean, you should know it by now, at least this much. Upper bound. So upper bound means that upper bound type, the type of the upper bound, can it be a class? Can it be a superclass? Answer is yes. And can it be an interface? You have seen T extends comparable. Comparable is interface. So the type, the data type of upper bound can be a superclass or it can be a interface as well. It can be both. If you say my class, my type T, listen to this carefully. If I say my type T has to extend from shape and implement comparable. How do you say this in generic word? T extends, class name comes first, shape, comma, comparable. So let me write the example in a minute, but let me carry forward the point one by one. So, extends is the upper bound. And here, then there is another keyword. Or okay, first I will say this. When do you need extends? If your collection, listen to this carefully. More time I don't want to spend, but because, I mean, there are hashing and there is functional programming awaiting us. So if your collection, I'm not saying list always, any collection, and by collection, I mean even your list, of course, list and set are subtypes of collection interface. Today we will enter maps. So I mean any type of collection, be it a list, be it a set, be it a map. If your collection is acting, that producer extends consumer super principle. If your collection is acting as a producer, so you'll say which producer you are talking about? Producer of data. Okay, so producer of data means what is, still people may not be clear. That is, what is it, which type of methods you are going to use on this collection? When your collection is acting like a data producer, data source, which methods you will use there? Will you use add type of methods or will you use retrieve type of methods? I'm trying to speak slow and ask you. It is a producer. The producer is the one who produces the data, who has already got the data. So what are you going to say by adding? Wrong answer. Those who are saying retrieve is a correct answer. Let me give you an analogy. After your DBT sessions are done, we are going to enter a database. So what is database? What is binary file? They are data sources. Okay. So you will say, okay, I can write to the database. Agreed. But data source means you are going to perform the read operation on that data source. So a producer is something which has already produced the data. So what is it you are going to use there? Are you going to add the data to the producer or are you going to retrieve the data from such a collection? Answer is the getter methods. That is while using getters. When I say getters, I don't mean exactly a getter. I mean any type of retrieval operation. Okay, while using retrieve operation. So if your collection is acting as a producer of the data, which is producing the data and you just want to retrieve it while using the retrieve operation, which is the bound you require or which is the keyword you use is extends. So if your collection is this, use upper bound. Okay. So here, when I say in such terms, you don't understand too much. So suppose I say T, let's say T is the type, T or question mark, you can say anything. So we are in the question mark. So I'll say this question mark extends, let's say number, your yesterday's assignment. So now see this, wildcard, which is any unbounded type. When you say extends, it is an upper bound. So can anyone tell me, I'm just taking yesterday's assignment example. If I say question mark extends number, can you tell me what is the actual type it is going to be? So is it number and subtype or number and super type? Upper bound, guys, visualize. Upper bound means below that you have, but it is inclusive of the upper bound also. Everyone knows number class, java.lang.number. It is a super class of your numeric wrappers. So number or its, not and of course, or its subtype. So which are the subtypes of the number? Anyone? You remember all these wrapper classes starting from byte, short till double. Okay. So if your method signature is, see this, yesterday's assignment you could have solved with T or you could solve it in question mark. I've given all those in D12 lab data. Let me not waste time again. So the point is, when you are placing the upper bound, what is the guarantee? The type of the collection is either a number or its subtype. So when you are having a getter, so when you use the get operation, you know that it is going to return you either a number. When you say get means retrieve, you know that the reference type, the type of the object, the type of the data that you get is naturally number or its subtype. I hope everyone is clear so far. And you know the famous principle of upcasting. So whether it is byte, short, long, integer, float, or double, whatever, can I access it using number type of a reference? Of course, yes. So here can be accessed using super type reference, that is number type of the reference. Okay. So I don't care whether it is having byte or short or double. While accessing, I'll be able to access it via number type of a reference. That is it. So what is it we are saying? Anytime your what is it called? Collection is acting like a data hub, data producer. Producer, you use extends. Like I said, limited revision. But there is another type also. Okay, before that, before I go further, have you understood little bit at least after solving yesterday's assignment? Is the concept clear? I'm saying again, give it a back-to-back revision. I have given you the link in yesterday's sequence, and that author is a famous author. But the point is, for this, at least generics, upper bound, lower bound, he's really created very good and simple discussion. Now it is everything opposite. So listen, I mean, again, I said I will not, but I'll not go too deep. So can you tell me, this I'm going to take it in the lab in detail, but little bit is warranted. So if you open your collections class, you will see a copy method. Okay, simple copy. Copy of objects or copy of references, copy of references. So when I say copy, copy is always from source to destination. Pretty basic statements I'm making. So I hope nobody is feeling confused right early in the morning. Early morning confusion is bad. I mean, it stays with you the whole day and then you hate it. So tell me, simple question. Can you tell me in this line, who is acting as a producer and who is acting as a consumer? Are you understanding? Your choices are source, destination. Give me the label, give me the adjective. So destination is consumer and SRC is producer. See, you are catching up so fast. Okay. So now, when you say, everyone agrees with that? Because I got couple of answers. I hope everyone agrees. It is a data source. That data source could be, currently it is a list, array list linked list vector, could be of employee. could be of manager, could be of sales manager, my hierarchy, or anything, a bank account, saving account, and all. So suppose I have got, okay, suppose I have got the references of list of references of sales manager. Is it valid? Should it be allowed by the language to put it in, to copy it in the list of employees? Go slow. Don't blurt out yes or no. It is just do a bit of thinking. I'll repeat it again. If you have got some list of sales managers, does it sound all right? Does it sound valid? Does it sound legal to copy it into the list of employees? Yes or no? Of course it is yes. Why? Sales manager is a employee. Are you getting it? So, see, I'm telling you, read this in very, I know it is complex, it is advanced. So I'm taking it slow. So here, everyone agrees. So here, source is the one which is the producer of the data, and the destination is something which is consumer of the data. So start answering questions. So on the source, which type of operations you expect to perform? Read operation or write operation? Yeah, read and write is best. So everyone understands? Now there's no confusion. It is a read from the list and write to the destination. Okay. So now, see, in T's and K's and V's, nobody understands. So suppose you say question mark extends T, replace T by employee. So when I say question mark extends employee, what is it we have? Or okay, anything, any hierarchy. Question mark extends employee means what? What it means is, what is the type of the list? Anyone? It could be employee and subtype. Absolutely correct. So it could be a list of employee type, list of manager type, list of sales manager type. Okay. So this is one half covered. Okay. Hold on to that. Now let me revise this first. So here, what is super? Upper bound or lower bound? I told you, this is an acid test, not acid test. This is a great helper because you see both. Yeah, everyone knows that. It is a lower bound. And what does it mean? So when you say question mark super T, okay. So what does it imply? What does it mean is, everyone knows that T or its super type or T or subtype. It is the moment you say lower bound, visualize lower bound. So it is nothing but T or its super type. Okay. So now, when do you, so, okay, use case, when do you use it? You use it whenever, or should be used, or can use, I'll say, can use, or actually it is not can use, should use. So what is it you are going to use it? Use it whenever your collection is acting as a data source or data sink. Data source means producer. Data sink means consumer. Forget, I'll not use different technologies and confuse you. As a producer or as a consumer, P or C? Answer that. It is the consumer. Okay, so when it is acting as a consumer, which is nothing but called in the jargon data sink, where the data is going, use it whenever your collection is acting as a consumer. And if you have that word PIX, producer extends, and the other half is consumer uses, whenever your list, whenever your collection, whenever your map, whatever is acting as a data sink, it is acting as a consumer. Okay, I missed something. So in this case, which type of methods you expect to use? Do you expect to use the retrieve type of methods or add type of methods? I hope now people are catching up. You are adding the data. It is a consumer. You will see consumer functional interface and all shortly. So coming back, add is the operation, add, append, insert, whatever. So it is acting as a consumer. And while it is consumer, you use super keyword. So producer extends. So what is that famous abbreviation, acronym? Producer extends, consumer supers, or consumer uses super. So now to continue in next 2 minutes, because I don't want to waste too much time, morning time, so many topics planned. So I think you had understood this much. You have a source, replace T by employee. So you might be having the employee type of list or manager type of list or a sales manager type of list. But everyone knows that. Pratul, you have a question? Just let me finish from my side and I'll take your question. Okay. So you might be having any different type of list of the generic type, employee, manager, or a sales manager. But now I'm saying, see, type is T, sorry, T type is employee. So can anyone tell me when you say question mark super T, it is question mark super EMP. So what are the legal types? Anyone? It is employee or its super type, which is object. Object is anyway universal superclass. So what it is meaning, I've given so many questions that I'll take it as a lab work. So because you know this solving these questions, question marks and all those will make you ready. So coming back to the point, if I have got, listen to this, if I have got either employee type of references, list of employee types, should I be able to copy it into list of employee type? Yes, employee is an employee. But should I be able to copy it into list of object also? Answer is yes. And that kind of flexibility, because object type of reference can refer to employee. Next one. If I say, I'll take the one last combination. If you say here T is sales manager. So what is that destination? What is the, what is the source type of the list? Sales manager. So list of sales manager, can I copy? What does it contain? Sales manager type of references. So should I be allowed to copy them in either employee type of list? Yes. Employee type of reference. Okay, simple. Sales manager is an employee. So employee type of reference should be able to point to sales manager. And how about object? Object is yet at a super type. So object also can refer to it. So this is how two bounds are placed. Which are the two bounds we're talking about? The upper bound and the lower bound. And the whole situation becomes clearer when you look at some API which is using both. So what we are going to definitely do in the lab is, one of the activities is we will talk about this, and then I hope your this thing, producer extends and consumer super. When to use producer? I'm so sorry. When to use extends? When to use super becomes clear. But other than that, the basic syntax, see, this is all I'm telling you extra. If you see your content syllabus, it doesn't talk about it, but I can't finish the topic of wildcard, question mark, extends and super without telling you this producer extends consumer super. So go through it carefully, and anytime you have more questions and all that, we can definitely solve. Pratul, you had raised your hand. Do you you're most welcome, Anshuman. Did you have a question? Because that time I was in the middle of something. I could not take your question. Oh, you do not have. Okay, fine. So I have questions for you then. So here it is. Where is that? I'll again, it takes time. I don't know whether you have gone through it. Everyone has gone through it. So at least one batch. This is all, this has full mix. Great. So take your minute. If you've already gone through it, you won't even require a minute, but I'm not sure how many have gone through it. Just go through it and we'll start discussing and we'll continue with our hashing. Okay, so what is it we are talking about? Some fruit hierarchy. Melon is a fruit and watermelon is a melon. So you can fit it in the hierarchy. Fruit extended by melon, extended by watermelon. So all I'm asking you is, what will be legal? As in compiler error, no compiler error. So solve the first one, please. Everything has to be explained. Why and all. It's not just a lucky guess. So all I'm asking you is compiler error or no error. Let me see what people are saying. People are saying no error. So let us confirm. let us confirm. So what are the two questions compiler is going to ask? The data structure type and the generic type. So start. So can I say array list is a list? First one, so little slow. Array list is a list, so compiler is fine. And what is it I'm allowed to add? We are allowed to add fruit or its subtype. And you know, fruit is a fruit. So as you said correctly, zero errors, no errors. You can just copy this, in your Eclipse ID and you can confirm. Solve the next one, please. Now we are going to go a little faster. Error or no error. Second one is also no error. Same thing. List, array list is a list. And what is the next check your compiler does? You see, I'm not using a diamond operator. Diamond operator means type of the RHS is inferred from the LHS. We don't want this. So this is also no error because two reasons. Array list is a list. And here I can have a supplier. This is when you say question mark extends. It is the supplier. Supplier means producer. Let me not use this. So which are the methods you are going to use on this? Getters. You can attach iterator. You can use getters. And you will be definitely getting the type. So, I mean, the type which you'll get is 100% fruit. And melon is a fruit. So zero errors. No errors. Next one, please. The third one. I hope people are getting more and more confident. So answer is no error. Absolutely correct. Why there is no error? Linked list is a list and watermelon is a fruit. Okay. Next one, fourth one. These are the questions definitely expect. But you don't generally get the question of writing generic classes, even though I'm going to give you. Of course, there is an error. Which part is wrong? Vector is a list. You all know that. But which is the type? It is fruit and below. Of course, object is above fruit, so not possible. Now solve the opposite variety. So in all these four cases, which one? In all these cases, earlier cases, what is this list acting as? Just tell me, is it acting as a producer or is it acting as a consumer? So I hope everyone agrees. It is acting as a producer, means you will be having retrieve operations or read operations, simple. Okay. Now, next one. In last three, what is list acting as? It is acting as a producer or a consumer. Consumer means you add the data to it. So in all these cases, you can actually say, add. That is what I had given you the yesterday assignment. Add any type of number in that list and all that. So here list is acting as a consumer. So what kind of operations will be having is write operations or whatever, add operations. Now start faster. So question mark super, anyway, you tell me what will happen here. The fifth one, compiler error or no error? Answer is quite clear. Why people are saying no error? Array list is a list. And what is it now I'm allowed to add? What type of a list it can handle? Either melon or it's fruit or it is object. So it is fine. So of course, no error. Oh, I messed this up. So let's say I've given watermelon category. The last one is melon. Okay. I forgot to write this. Okay, so tell me the next one because otherwise it becomes two this. So what is the thing here? Error or no error? Let's see what people are saying. No error again. You know that. Why no error? Because linked list is a list and question mark super melon means melon or its super type. This perfectly fits it. And how about the last one? Compiler error or no error? Sixth one is the error. Which is the fact which is killing us? Linked list is still a list, but watermelon is not a super type. In short, melon is not a watermelon. So definitely you'll get a compiler error. And something other things also. This is telling you the what do you say, PEX principle. So that just now I talked about. So we'll definitely solve this and I'll give you many more examples than this for your practice. And then somewhere I'll tell you to write more generic methods. So I hope you got little more clarity. If we did not write the melon, it is same as the LHS type. So if it is same as LHS type and if you say question mark extends, then it doesn't know, compiler doesn't know actually, what is the type to take. So in that case, that can be ambiguity, that can be error. So I wanted to specify which type of actual list I'm creating. Here is where you're creating the actual object or actual list. So on the right hand side, don't leave the ambiguity as any flexibility. What do you say? Replace it by the actual type. That was it. So this was I'm not saying that everything must have been clear, but at least uh, the last line, watermelon and supermelon. Yeah, of course. Which one you are saying this one? Are you talking about the which ones? Watermelon and a melon? This one. Okay, okay. So why there is a compiler error? I'm just trying to explain. When you say question mark supermelon, the meaning is it's a lower bound. So it implies melon or fruit or object. And since melon is not a watermelon or supermelon, so it implies supermelon or watermelon. So sorry, I got disconnected because of the network issue. So we were talking about, I was answering somebody's question here. Here, the last one. Here, when you say question mark super melon, the meaning is it's a lower bound. So it implies melon or fruit or object. And since melon is not a watermelon or watermelon is below that, there is a Java C error. Are we clear? Is everyone clear so far? I mean, regarding the answers of these questions. Yes or no? Okay, so this is what I meant. And like I said, there are more things when you can really make it act like a consumer producer. So this also we'll talk about, but over time. So this is what I wanted to revise as far as generic sequence was concerned. Now let us come back to the track and talk about. We had started talking about hash set. So what is today's goal, today's objectives? We will actually understand the hashing algorithm. That is, how does a hash set look like? What is the data structure internally created and how it detects the duplicates and how it guarantees the constant time performance and all that bucket-based structure and all. So we'll be discussing that as the first thing in the morning. And then after that, we are going to enter maps. And the main thing I'm going to show you is a hash map, which is a backbone, which is the most often required data, sorry, most often used data structure in our enterprise Java. And then over time, because if I take collection framework for next like week also, it will be still insufficient. So then we will, of course, it is a part, next is also part of collection framework, but at least it will be giving you some break from the collection APIs. And finally, I can take you to Java at new features. including different keywords, functional programming, date-related API enhancement. So we will start working towards modern Java. So that's the plan. So now let me open yesterday's code so that I can remind you that this is where we had stopped at. Let me just see this. I think this is what, yeah. So take a look at it. I'm just trying to recapture because I don't know whether anybody got time to revise to reach this part. So start with this uh, immediately. So let me not override anything. So what I've done is I've not overridden, I've commented rather equals and hash code. Let's start from scratch. So what is it we have got in employee ID name salary, the constructor and a toString. Pretty simple. Now focus on this simple ones first. So we had written this. So I just want to confirm your understanding. What is, I hope you are following. I have not overridden, I'm neither overridden equals nor your hash code. Keep that with you and answer accordingly. So here, I have not yet told you anything. This is what we are going to start. So keep your writing material ready because I have got a ready-made pictures. But when you draw along with me, there is a different level of clarity. So we will start drawing in a couple of minutes. Coming back. So here you are creating an empty hash set which can store only employee type of references or of course manager, sales manager, it is also possible. So here, what is it we are doing? How many references, how many objects? Quick question, quick answer. So two references, two objects. So now, when you have not overridden equals and hash code, have we followed the contract which is required between equals and hash code? Answer is no. No contract is followed. Okay. So what is that contract, so-called contract? Very important contract. Equal objects must produce what? Same hash code. One line only I'm asking you to remember, nothing more, nothing much. Equal objects must produce same hash code means what? If E1 dot equals E2, E1 dot equals E2 returns true, then they must produce the same hash code. So here, what is happening? We are not even coming near the contract because the moment you say new or the moment you say you have not overridden equals or hash code, even though you have some equality done with the, object type of equality, it is going to be occupied on the separate areas in the heap. So here definitely contract is not being followed. Important part, equal objects, they're not producing the same hash code. So follow along. So everyone knows memory picture, E1 pointing to employee object, E2 pointing to yet another employee object, contract not yet followed. So now when you say add E1, of course, it is the first reference. So it is fine if it says true. But now when the contract is not followed, tell me slowly but clearly, what will this return? Will it return true or will it return false? It will return true. Absolutely correct. Means what? Is duplicate detected by the hash set or duplicate is not detected? Answer is duplicate is not detected. Why it is not getting detected? You will know after 10-15 minutes when we draw the diagram, but you saw its incorrect working, right? So this was an alarming situation. So what I'll do is, give me a minute. I'll make a copy of it. I don't want to touch this so I can, freely make changes. Actually, I already made a change in that, commenting that. So anyway, so here, we don't have this. We don't have a single line. And if you run it, just run it and confirm. Don't have to like recall or memory based answers. I don't want anyway. So can you see this? Both the elements got happily added and the size is 2 and you can see very much with your own eyes that both the duplicate objects, the object whose state is the same. Forget about employee ID, everything is the same. Still it is what? Still it is still it is kept in the hash set, and this was your result of the equals method. This was the result of your hash code. Okay, so no way we are following this part. Equal objects producing same hash code. So you tell me, what is the next step we did? So you realize that equality based testing. So which is the method for testing equality? Tell me the answer quickly. It's the equals method. So let's go. I'm just revising because I have to take you there properly. So then we said, okay, fine. Let us tell JVM that this is my equality testing. So see what I'm doing. I'm just uncommenting equals. So tell me, after doing this, have we followed the contract or not yet followed? Answer is still not, still not followed, because now your object equality is fine. It is based on ID, but the hash code part is still inherited from the object. So confirm, please. So here, if you run this, what is the first thing? Both the references. It is hash set is set of references. So both the references are getting added. Size is still 2. And is it keeping the duplicate or is it not keeping the duplicates? Keeping the duplicates. And here is the reason. When E1 dot equals E2 is true, when two objects are equal, what should they produce? Ideally, same hash code or different hash code? Answer is same hash code. So this is still not following the contract. You got this? So now then we said, okay, fine. So there is another method. So tell me in 2 minutes. It's a revision yet. We have not yet started with today's topics. So when you say hash code, people ask you what is hash code? Whose method it is? Tell me whose method it is. Originally object class method. Absolutely correct. What is the method declaration? Public int hash code. Is everyone clear? Public int hash code, and doesn't take any arguments. Next one. So if you don't override hash code, what does it return? What is the object classes hash code method return? No, int is fine, but what is that int value, Arpit? That is what I mean. The address where the object is sitting on the heap. No. Fully qualified class name and the hash code is your two-string answer. The hash code is nothing but returning this. Okay, don't worry. Just look at it. There's no fully qualified class name that you answered for your two-string question. So now, which one is overridden? Sorry, equals, but hash code is not yet overridden, right? So take a look at it, please. So see this here. Equals method is equals method is returning true. This is what I meant. I asked you, what is object classes hash code is returning? Simply the address where the object is sitting. And since they are different, everything fails. So what is the solution? What is the solution to this problem? Yes, override the hash code method also to follow the contract. So you remember there are two parts of the contract. Tell me, one is the mandatory part, one is the optional but recommended part. So what is the mandatory part? The one we are talking about. Equal objects must produce, I said must, it's a mandatory, must produce the same hash code. But what is that? Okay, so let's go one by one. So here, let me take you here and here. Okay. So let me say something. Okay. So can you tell me which part of the contract are we are we following any contract? Answer is yes. Contract between what? Correct overriding of equals and hash code. So now tell me which part of the contract I'm following. The mandatory part, optional part, or both? Answer is only mandatory part. Means what? Whether irrespective of the fact whether the okay, let me make it simple English. If the objects are equal, is it returning the same hash code? Yes. So that is your mandatory part. Great, fulfilled. But if the objects are not equal, means what? Equals method returns, tell me, true or false? When objects are not equal, false. What is it returning? Is it returning the distinct, different hash code or same hash code? Same hash code. No. Currently, somebody said different. I'll repeat the question. Even if my IDs, employee IDs are different, equals method will return what? False. But what is hash code method return? E1 hash code and E2 hash code is the same. Okay, so we have followed only the mandatory part. This is how I'd written it, but maybe towards the end things become little crowded and you feel exhausted also. So now let me run this and tell me please, is your hash set working? Is it working or is it not working? I mean, is it not working? Just check the answer. Is it detecting the duplicate? Of course, yes. How many? How many elements it is keeping? Is it keeping the distinct element or duplicate elements? Distinct element. The other one is gone. The size of the hash set itself tells you. And what is the story here? The equal objects returning true, and they are returning the same hash code. Are you getting this? So this is what we have done. So now, but now, okay, so this is not the real one. The real one is the next tester. So this looks fine. So first time it is calling in hash code. I'll start the drawing the hashing algorithm and all in 2 minutes. And then the next time it is going in hash code in employee equals, and it has detected that the already the element is sitting there thanks to your equals method, does not add the next element, returns false. Now, so this looks cool, this looks good. But now let us solve the next tester. Okay, so as you can see, we have done all of this. So I'll just, continuing from that. And then I'll tell you the internals as the first thing in the morning or whatever. So start. This is your empty set. Answer this question, please. Till this time, okay, till I'm adding here. Already there are some answers. You ignore. You give me your answers on your own. So here, will the elements be added or not added? Simple. Add method will return true or false. It will return true. Why? Because see the testing criteria, equality testing is what? Employee ID. And as you can see, of course, I can change these details also, but we don't care. So the employee IDs are different. Equals method returns me true, and equals method returns me false, I meant. And so the add method returns true. Simple words, element gets added. But I hope you realize it is not only equals, it is not based on equals. It first calls the hash code. Okay, so it calls the hash code, and then followed by it started calling our equals method. And by the time you came here, so this was your fourth reference added. And can you see this equals method, number of times equals method getting called is increasing linearly. So can you say, I mean, I'll ask you a question. In this situation, whatever you observe, okay, you observe first. Don't trust. So you can observe things first. So can you see this? This is my first insertion. Okay, first reference got added true. It is behaving. I'm not saying it is not behaving. So here hash code equals and then added true. Here you can see it yourself. Number of times you'll see in the jargon it is nothing but called as hash collision. The situation where JVM has to additionally call the equals method. This term, all this will be cleared in next whatever time. So this is called as hash collision. So can you see the hash collisions increasing linearly? So by the time I reach the 100th, for example, whatever, then I mean, of course, it works something differently inside. You can expect the number of hash collisions increasing. So let me ask you a simple question. More hash collision, better performance or worse performance? More the number of hash collisions. What is the performance? Poor performance, worse performance, bad performance? Absolutely. So the point is here, unless and until the question comes to equality testing, your JVM should not be required to call this. This is a poor performance, degraded performance. That is when we come to your second part. Second part is what? Second optional part of the contract. So here, just observe. See, listen to this carefully. The last one, wait a second. The last one was a duplicate element. You remember I had given the duplicate element. So think and answer. Whenever I give a duplicate element, so what is, you just keep your observations, because when I tell you the internal, you are going to match this to your observations. So it is calling hash code. That is compulsory. Any hashing based data structure, first it has to call a hash code. Next one. So here it is calling in employee equals. So this is this warranted? Is this justified? Or even this is not justified? Justified or not? 100% justified. Because guys, now it has to check in the whether the earlier element and this element is same. So I'm not discussing that. I hope everyone understood me. I'm talking about this poor performance. So now, is there any way to improve the performance? So not only primary key, Rohit, there's a small this. Wait a second. Yes, Nikhil is better answering. So here, what is the what is it called? Optional part of the contract? Unequal objects. Should they send, or rather should they return the same hash code or different? For better performance, simple answer, different. So now sit back and you understand. So what is the easiest way to achieve both the parts of the contract? Pretty easy. That is what people are telling me. First, always override. I'm trying to tell you as a fresher. If you already know it, just bear with me. So first you have to identify the primary key, and using primary key, I feel people are comfortable in, writing the, rather overriding the equals, and then use the very same members in overriding the hash code. So in this case, in earlier case, what was being followed? What is being followed? Which part of the contract was being followed? It was the only the mandatory part. And in this case, what is being followed? Mandatory and optional part. And immediately see the effect. So here I'm just running this. Can you see? So tell me, hash collisions have remained the same. Hash collisions means the number of times the JVM has to call the equals method. Is it reduced drastically or is it the same? Everyone can see. Unless until I told you already, don't go by this. This is, of course, this is the case where it is checking for duplicate, actually a duplicate. So this is, it has to call equals to confirm whether the same element already exists, but in all other cases, it is gone. So this is what is the superficial understanding. This is what I call it as a API level understanding. Now, without wasting a minute, be ready to draw the picture. I mean, if you want, that is always. But for better understanding, I always start with the mandatory part of the contract. So imagine that we are not returning ID. I'll just take a small number so I can figure it out. I mean, we can easily figure it out. Okay, I have a point there. Then we will change it to this and then you can understand. So what is it we are doing is, if primary key, this one, Akash, I'll take that question later. Exactly. Ashish has already answered. All the Java classes has already followed the contract. Since he asked me, then maybe I will just take it. I'll just solve it verbally, but later we will actually solve it. Suppose I say my two employees are same. I'm talking to all of you. If my sorry, the equality testing criteria is ID and name. Okay, just a situation. So in that case, does everyone is everyone comfortable in overriding the equals? I hope the answer is yes. We have taken so much time there. So what it will be? Verbally only, because I want to go to my internal understanding. So what you'll say here, you'll simply add here and add. Tell me next. So this dot name dot equals or double equal to other name dot equals. Please don't make such mistakes and waste your time. Somebody said, I think double equals, guys, it is string equality. So equals method. Okay, done. So that was easy one. Now, like somebody asked me, Akash, I guess. So now, but hash code, if you see, it has to return an integer. So somebody answered him already. So here it will be ID as it is. And what you can do is you just check this. It's much better to with the Java docs. Collection, look for rather string dot hash code. So what does this tell you? It tells you so clearly. Wait a second. So here returns a hash code for the string. Pay attention here. So first check, has it overridden the hash code function from the object class? Very much yes. And see the thing that the way they have given you the formula also. So they are taking character by character and computing the value. They are taking nothing but the Unicode value and generating a hash code. In short, so if I ask you a question, has string class followed the contract or not followed the contract? Quickly. If you're finding it difficult, if s1 dot equals s2 true, is it going to return the same hash code? Of course, yes. It is based on the characters. So if the character sequence is same, hash code will be same. Are they following the mandate, sorry, what is it? Optional part of the contract also? Yes or no? Answer is yes. If the character sequence is different, equals will return false and they will come out with a different hash code. So guys, I mean, Akash, I guess, whoever asked question. So now what is it I'll do? I'll use the ID. You can use any math formula. You can use plus, you can use, I mean, arithmetic or polynomial function, anything. Just involve what will be added here. Just as an example, the name dot, this name dot hash code. If you say no, today my primary key is ID, uh, employee name, and maybe the join date. Don't worry, date class has already overridden the hash code. You can simply make use of it. So I hope you got your answer. Okay, so let us come on the track and let's not get derailed because again, it gets too late. So please start with what is you this much you have to have in front of you. So this is my version currently equals method ID based, but I'm for some reason returning the same. So only I'm currently following the mandatory part. Start drawing with me because after a while the picture looks little complex. If you start from the beginning, it doesn't. So however we are going to do it is we are going to do it with the code. So okay, I'll take this. This is better. So I'm just putting the code and the whole thing together and hoping that you will get it in a quick manner. So, you know, this all is already said. So let's start with that. This is your code part. I want to increase that thing. No, I'm just checking. Anyway, so you don't have to write the code, you know that. So let's start solving it from line by line. We had drawn the memory picture of array list, which is a contiguous one. Yesterday or day before, I don't remember, linked list also, the chain of nodes and also I drawn, but not in detail. So today focus on hashing based data structure. So two pages at least you'll require, one for drawing the memory picture and maybe another page or next page you can draw the hashing algorithm. So I'm starting from scratch. So when you write this, when you use this constructor, there are two attributes associated with the hash set. What are those attributes? You know, one is size, or okay, there are three attributes you can say. Size, anyone wants to tell me quickly, what will be the size here? Zero or non-zero? Of course, zero. So that is given. I was not going to count that. But there is an initial capacity. So it comes with an initial capacity. Default initial capacity is 16. You can increase it anytime. And there is a concept of a load factor. Okay. So load factor by default is 75%. Don't ask me what is load factor. You will know it soon. So start with the, currently we just work on initial capacity. So when you say the initial capacity of your data structure is 16, what is it? It is nothing but table of 16, or forget table. It is a hash table. So they call it as table, array of 16. So I'm writing one line and drawing the memory picture. I'm not showing stack. I'm not showing method area. I'm just focusing your attention on the heap. So start working on it. So here, draw. Are you understanding which is the statement? Hash set h is equal to new hash set. Draw this immediately. So here, this is your table of 16, array of 16. So here, And again, see, things I'm saying verbally are class pointer. So class pointer is going to point to loaded hash set class. But since I want your clarity, here, how many slots you're going to draw after that is 16 slots. It is nothing but your good old array of references. So start showing. Why I'm saying 16 slots you draw, not all 16, of course, because the initial default initial capacity is 16. And what are the indices we are having? I hope everyone knows the answer. So they are nothing but 0 to 15. So, sorry, this is 2 and suppose this is, okay. So what is the pour on condition? What is the starting position? When you say hash set of employee set, new hash set, what gets created? This is a simpler picture, but this is sufficient to understand, to make you understand the hashing algorithm. So now the next question, since it is nothing but array of references, anyone wants to tell me what is the default, what are the values which are sitting here? What are the default values here? Of course, it is all filled with nulls. So you show nulls. Okay. So you can, okay, I can also show and then erase later. So it is all filled with 16 nulls. Is the Paran startup condition is clear? But now this is not go okay, of course it is an area of reference, but now little bit of jargon, little bit of technical terms. So what is this individual slot called? This individual slot is called as the, some people call it as bin, some people call it as a bucket. I mean, generally I refer to it as anything you can say. You can call it as bin, you can call it as a bucket. Okay. So what is the structure of this bin or a bucket? Okay, so what it is going to store is, listen to this carefully. So you can say this is going to store this slot later. Currently it is null. So stores. Individual is called as bin or a bucket. So what it stores is stores the reference of what is this bin going to look like in the beginning till that 8. There is a threshold factor of 8. Stores the reference of the singly. This is your singly linked list. So when I draw it, it will be further clear. I'm saying this slot is going to store the reference of a singly linked list. And when you say in the middle of night linked list, whether it is doubly linked list or singly linked list, what does it consist of? It consists of, I'll show you. So it consists of here node. Okay. When I say singly linked list, will it maintain previous pointer, next pointer, or both? Answer is only it maintains the next pointer. But if you see the actual structure, I'll show you, or you can look at it. There is an inner class in the hash set, which is hash map and then inner class. So it will store 3 things. So what are the 3 things? So here stores the single linked list consisting of nodes. Okay. And what is individual node? This is nothing but that inner class, private statically nested inner class. So this node is going to consist of couple of things. So what is it going to hold? This is going to hold the hash code value. But is this the hash code value which your hash function returns? Answer is no. Your hash code function will be called, everything will make sense. Just give me a couple of minutes. So here, what happens is your JVM will call definitely your hash code, but to ensure the proper separation, uniform distribution of the data across your linked lists, it has the internal hashing function. So this hash code is the result of 2 hash functions in a series. So one is your hash code function and the other one is the internal hash code function, which involves the bit manipulation. So right now, don't go deeper. Hash code you can say, but keep it somewhere. It is the JVM's added result. Okay. So this hash code, then it will have the reference. So what is the type of the reference today? I'm talking about hash set of employees. So the employee type of reference, you change it to customer student, it will be that reference. And what else it will have? The pointer, the next pointer. So listen to this. We are going to draw everything. So I'm just giving you a heads up kind of a thing. So after we start adding the data by using hs.add, this individual bin, nothing gets, I mean, of course, something gets added, but there is a space only to store the reference. So soon we will start drawing the linked list here, singly linked list. Singly linked list consists of nodes. And I'm just trying to give you a heads up here. What is it that individual node going to consist of? It is going to consist of hash code, the type of the data, I mean element, you saw it element, and the pointer to the next node. Okay, keep this with you as a beginning. Now let us say, I just gave you this. You can call it as bin, you can call it as bucket, it is the same. And indices are running from 0 to 50. Now the whole thing starts, I mean, happening. So here I'm not drawing the memory picture of this. Everyone knows it. So what is the memory picture corresponding to this, you know? Even on the stack, employee object created with having ID name salary. So I'm directly jumping to this line. So what I want to cover basically is here. What happens really when you say this? So now you will require space. So leave some space between these two if you are noting, that is. Otherwise, you can just sit back and just enjoy. So here, leave some space because here your linked lists are going to come. So, you know, we let us start writing now the identifying the hashing algorithm. So it is going to be like this in advanced Java also or in core Java also. Something you as a programmer have to write very basic, but you have to understand when you write this, what is it JVM will actually do? That is nothing but internals. So give the title as hashing algorithm. So like I said, keep some space in between. And here you give the title, maybe on the second page or whatever, hashing algorithm. And what is it? Who is going to invoke it? Invoked by or managed by or whatever you say. Invoked by programmer or JVM. Of course, JVM. For using list, I mean, for which data structures? For hashing based data structures. And you just give some link. So, sorry, some examples. Okay, structures which are hash set, the famous ones I'm saying, at least hash map. You have a hash table, you have so many. You have linked hash set, you have linked hash map, etc. You have property, you have so many. Okay, so this is where wherever there's a hashing algorithm, hashing based data structure is the same algorithm is called. So now let me just change the color. Okay, so now I'll write the code. This is what programmer calls, and then we will start the whole discussion quickly. So what is the code I'm calling? I'm saying, okay, I'll say programmer. Programmer calls hs.add even. Okay, so everyone knows that. So as a response to this, anyone wants to guess what will JVM? This is like a flow chart. Like I said, I have ready-made pictures, but it is always enjoyable, understandable to write from scratch. Anyone wants to tell me, as a response to this, what will JVM invoke? Answer that and talk to me in Java. Exactly, very right. So what it will do is your JVM first method it calls is hash code. So whose hash code it will call? Employee's hash code or the object's hash code? Of course, JVM goes by the type. Type of the object is employee. So here it will call like precisely answer. This is kind of answers which I prefer most. So I understand your this. So e1 dot hash code. Okay. But if it was using, listen to this, only e1 dot hash code, and you have not written such a well-defined, you know, a hash function and all that, it might happen that all your references, all your nodes may be the part of the same linked list, which is what precisely going to happen now. But here, after calling this, JVM passes it through. So after calling even.hash code, passes it through internal hash code function. So let me be specific. Let me ask you specific. Who is going to provide the hash code function? The first hash code function, J or P, JVM or programmer? Us, exactly. No, this one I'm saying, guys, answer my, I understand this. This is we have written. Currently in a horrible manner, we are returning 100. Okay. But here, who is going to give you this internal hash code function? This is, if you're not clear, please mention supplied by JVM. JVM means API, runtime libraries. You can open this class hash code, hash set, and I can show you that later. So it passes it through. It is actually lot of manipulate. It is XORing and ANDing, masking the bits. But as a simpler thing, what it is going to do? See, your hash code could be, nobody stops you from writing your hash code. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But finally, your data has to be arranged in these limited set of buckets. So what is the easiest way? How can you visualize? How will you make this large value of hash code, any arbitrary size hash code, to a fixed size hash code? That is the process of hashing. What is hashing? Hashing is converting unequal large size of bytes to a fixed size of bytes. We use it so regularly in crypto and all, cryptology and all. So anyone wants to tell me, what is the mathematical function you can think of, which will, exactly, I got the answer already, which will bring in any arbitrary number to a capacity of 16, a modulo. So you can think of it as a simpler. You can see later the internal function. It is kind of, so simpler version is modulo operator. So how do you say this? So what is happening here is, now the whole effort is to figure out in which bucket the data has to go. So it is a formula, mathematical formula. So think of it as a bucket ID, or you can think of it as a bin ID. Bin bucket is the same. So first thing your GVM has to do is derive the bucket ID, figure out the bucket ID from your supplied hashing function plus its own hashing function, which I'm simplifying it as modulo. Later, I can show you the actual version. So write it as a mathematical equation, E1 dot hash code modulo percent. What will it be modulo? What will be the value here? Everyone knows it, 16. But 16 is what? Initial capacity. So you can write initial capacity, which is currently I'm using a classroom example. So it is initial capacity of 16. So now go clearly. Here, I have not followed both the branches of it. So anyone wants to tell me, what is the hash code value we are returning continuously? Is, let's say, 100. I removed that 1, 2, 3, 4. I do not want to get into complex math. Okay. So anyone wants to tell me here, what will be the bucket ID if it is using a simple modulo formula like this? What will be the bucket ID? 16, 6 and 96. So modulo is what? Remainder is 4. So here, the bucket ID is 4. So here, let me show you here. So let us draw some more slots here. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. No? So now, here something starts happening. You can see that. What was the value sitting here? Null. Okay. So here, now, what is the, so everyone I hope understands that the bucket ID has been derived as 4. Now, next check. Here, JVM checks, is this bucket using, bucket means slot in that array. So JVM checks right further, or understand further. JVM makes the further check, is this bucket empty or non-empty? So JVM checks for, JVM checks if, okay, bucket, JVM checks for the bucket. I'll just say, I'll draw 2 branches here. It is easier for you to understand. Checks for the bucket in the sense, it will check, is it an empty bucket or is it a non-empty bucket? Or is it a non-empty? So in the first case, what is it going to be answer? Which branch you will be in? Empty or non-empty? Easy, I guess. So you will be in the empty branch. But anyone wants to tell me, how will JVM figure out empty or not? Simple question, simple answer. Let's see. Absolutely correct. It will check for the null value. If it is null, what does it mean? Empty. So this is your null, nothing but null checking. Okay. And if it is not null, it means non-empty. So which is the branch we are in? We are in the empty branch. So here JVM is happiest. What I mean by JVM is happiest? JVM sees that this bucket is empty, and because of this bucket based structure, because of the fact that you have followed the contract, this is the basis, is you have followed the mandatory part of the contract. If there is any duplicate, it can be only in this bucket because of the hashing part. The hash code, what is it? Same objects produce the same hash code. So if there is has to be a duplicate object, will it be in the same bucket or will it be in any other bucket? I'll repeat the statements again. I said, what is the mandatory part of the contract? I've written it in my README. Why it does not have to search into other buckets? Same objects, equal objects must produce the same hash code. So if the objects equals returns true, the hash code has to be same. So where the JVM has to search, does it have to search in the same bucket where it has got, or all the buckets, same or all? Of course, same. Okay. If you're not clear, you can read after this my readme. So the point is now JVM is happiest. The bucket is empty. It doesn't have to search anywhere else. So apply your common sense and tell me, in this branch, does it have to call equals method to check if the duplicate element exists? In this branch, does it have to check if the duplicate element exists? Absolutely not. Why not? Because there's no entry, there's no element. So that is when I say, in this branch, are there hash collisions happening or not happening? No hash collision. There is no need to call equals method. That is why I said highest performant branch, best branch, fastest one. Okay, so here we are. So start here. And what will happen is this indicates no duplicate. So the element is added. When I say element is added, I'm going to show the node. We are going to draw the node. Element is added. And just write this much here. And when the element is added, what does the add method return? Does it return true or false? The hash sets add method returns what? True or false? Returns true. Okay. So this is the explanation part. Now come back here, come here. And when I say element, what I mean is the node gets added. Okay. So this is the first node, head node. Okay. So tell me, do you expect this node to be added in the fourth slot? Yes or no? I'll repeat my question. Should we show the node in the slot? Of course not. You're saying yes, it is wrong. All it maintains is the reference to the first node. Okay, it is a chain of the node. So this is the address holder. It is array of references. So what is it going to hold is, let me show you properly. So here, first start showing the node. Okay, draw the node here. So I need space, so I'm drawing it here. So what will this node consist of? I told you, a hash code value. So I'll say hash because that is a hash function. So is it a result of only the first level hash function which you have provided or second level JVMs? Answer is JVMs provided hash value. And then you have the next one is even. Are you understanding which even I'm talking about? This even I'm talking about. So is it a set of references or is it a set of objects? Set of references, actual objects stored elsewhere in the heap. And now it has the pointer to the next node. So what will be the value of the next pointer? Of course, null, because this is the first node which is getting added. And show this is an example of a single linked list. Am I talking about java.util.linked list? Absolutely not. That is a double linked list. So this is your single linked list, which has 3 compartments. When I say 3 compartments, you'll see soon the inner class, the nested class node, and it has that. And here you see, show the reference properly. Guys, this is array of pointers, array of references. So all it stores is, it just stores the reference to the first node of a single linked list. You have the whole data structure course. So I'm sure you will be much more, you will be much better off in that. But at least some things I need to explain here at the cost of time. So now tell me, what this bucket consists. Null value or not null? What does this bucket hold? Quickly. Of course not null. And as always, this, what is it storing? This is storing the address of the first node in this linked list. Are we? So this is the story over for the first insertion. Are we totally clear? Because same things repeating. I can repeat it, but maybe tomorrow or maybe in the lab. But back-to-back revisions will not help you. Okay. So I hope people are clear. Now go to the next one. So, okay, tell me, what is the size of your hash set so far? 1. Okay. So now I can't change all the this, but okay, I'll try to. Let's do this. So now we are talking about executing the next line. This is how I feel you should understand it. So when I say employee set dot add e2, so the whole thing is changing. So here now you have this. Okay, I will make it like here. So now we are talking about e2. So e1 is done. So now I'm talking about e2. Likewise, I'll say e3, e4, e5, whatever, till you say okay, we are clear. Now, so what is the next thing? Everywhere I can't make changes easily. So start responding fast. What will be the first call your JVM will do? Everyone knows the answer. Respond. When I say hs.add e2, what will JVM call? e2.hashcode. Perfect. So here it's the same. So you write it here or you just understand e2.hashcode. Will it directly use that hash code? That hash code value is what? 100. Are there 100 slots are there 100 buckets in my hash set? Of course not. So it will use some internal complex function simplified by this capacity. I mean, simplified by modulo. Okay. So now what will be the value of this equation? Again, 4. So here bucket ID is again 4. Is everyone clear? Simple math I'm asking you. 100 is my hash code. Follow the modulo function. And the remainder, 100 divided by 16, remainder is 4. So here, what is the value of the bucket ID we have got? 4 again. Are we clear? Now, think like JVM and proceed. So here, will it come to empty branch or non-empty branch? Answer quickly. In this case, will it come to empty branch or non-empty? Of course, non-empty, not null branch. Everyone knows. That's why I said draw. So now what happens? You guess what will happen. So here, will it directly add the element or will it directly not add the element? Yes, adds the elements or not adds the element. Ashish is right. It cannot blindly add or reject the element because now it has to figure it out. Is there the same element? Is there a duplicate element in this bucket? And for testing equality, which is the method it has to additionally call, everyone knows the answer. So this is the branch which we label it as hash collision. Okay, because hash collision means what? JVM coming off to the same bucket and being forced to call the equals method because of the same hash value. So start drawing here. So here JVM has to call equals. This is nothing but I'll give a label. So JVM needs to call or invokes equals. So how many times it has to call equals? Let's go for the current one. So sometimes thinking in code, not sometimes, all the time thinking in code helps you. So it can call e1 dot. You remember there is a e1 earlier reference. e1 dot equals e2. I'll show you from that immediately. So here, when you say e1 dot equals e2, there are two possibilities. What are the two possibilities? Equals method can return true or can return false. Okay. So currently, see this. I am going to draw it as a flow chart. So here, tell me, in this case, e1 dot equals e2, what it returns? True or false? 1, 0, 1 and 10, it returns false. False means what? Duplicate element or a new element? New element. So should the element get added or not added? It should get added. So now this is the one. This is the thing which happens. We'll draw it in the node picture immediately. So just finish the flowchart part. So here it returns you either true or false. So suppose it returns false, okay, or it can return true. So let's say if it is false, then this is indicates a new element. So here, because no such element exists in the same bucket, so element gets added. How it happens? It is a single linked list, so we can draw it in a minute. And when the element gets added, add method, what is it add method going to return? True or false? Answer is true. So if and only if the element is added, the method returns true. Are you getting it? So this is what is one branch. But if I, not currently, but let me finish that so that we can go over it faster. If it returns true, what does it indicate? Duplicate is detected or not detected equals returning true. You remember we have a case there. I'll show you. We have a case here, E5. So when it comes here, everyone knows here is the branch, duplicate is detected. And when the duplicate, not currently, don't mix up, please. Even dot equals is not going to return you true later. And will the element get added or not added? Of course, not added. So mention here, add method returns false. Everyone is clear? So if you observe your own simple flowchart, of course, I'm oversimplifying it, but the point is to make you clear. So here also element is getting added. Here also element is getting added. But which one will be the faster addition, faster insertion? This is your first option. This is your second option. Which one will be faster, first or second? Of course, first one will be faster because JVM doesn't have to call equals method on all the earlier nodes in the same bucket. So maybe this statement could be heavy. So let me take you there step by step. So currently tell me, if I say E1 dot equals E2, you know the values. That's why I said, keep a track of it nicely. So this is returning false. So element gets added. Now see, where should I show the element? I think people must have realized, but still, no issues. Where should I show that element having E2? E2 means just a reference get added, right? Anyone? Should I show it in the node, in the bucket? Of course not. So where should I show? Another node gets created. So show quickly another node. What will be the three compartments of this node? It's the same node. I mean, it's the same structure. I mean, not same node. So what will be the first one, guys? Hash value. Then there will be E1 or E2, E2, and the pointer to the next node will be null. So you can draw the compartments. And now tell me, I hope people are clear. Will this be still null or, I mean, null or not null, the circled one? Of course, it won't be. It is a singly linked list. So this is where your next pointer, you have a next pointer. I'm just calling it as next, but actual picture is here. So what it will point to? It will point to the next node. Are you understanding? Singly linked list doesn't maintain the previous pointer. Previous pointer, if it had, it would have pointed here. It doesn't maintain that. It's a singly linked list structure. This is what happens. So now this bucket, this slot has the reference to which node? First node or second node? It's a first node reference. And from the first node, using next, it can check, it can reach the second one also. Are we somewhat clear? I will never ask you, even if 10% clarity. So I think people are talking to each this. Okay. Anyway, some 10% clarity has at least is there because with 10% I can make it, larger. Okay. 50 is good. 50 is excellent, I would say. Now you solve it. You pitch in. I've already taken this. So you are going to solve. We are going to solve this one. Okay. So I think now you'll have idea why I did not follow the optional part, because to explain you the internals data structure and then I can say something better happens. Anyway, cut this conversation. You start so that 50-50 should reach 70-80 at least by the end of the discussion. Same old thing it is. It is completely repetitive. So I'm onto this line. When I say employee set dot add E3, start the whole conversation yourself. what will be the first thing JVM calls? Fast now. I'm not going to write it. E3.hashcode. E3.hashcode, it will pass it through internal hash function. Think of it as modulo. Okay. So now tell me, it is not as simple as modulo, but anyway, currently think of it as modulo. So what will be the derived bucket ID? Tell me here. What will be the derived bucket ID for this? 4. To keep the math part easy, I've done that. Okay. So here. So this is it. Okay. Just one sec. I forgot to show you. See, you have to confirm with the finding. Uh, एक second. See, here. This is what is the finding which should be matching with our discussion. I forgot to mention. Are you understanding this? This is where we said employee set dot add E1. So which was the only thing which needed to be called is hash code story over the added method, add method return true. The next time, because we have got the same hash code, it ended up being in the same bucket. So it had to call the employee classes hash code always to derive the bucket ID. JVM uses the hash code function to derive the bucket ID, and then it had to call once employee equals. Okay, so that is the part, and then the add method returns true. So this much we have solved so far. Are you relating it to the code? See, three things: code, output, and the internals. Everything should be managed. So I hope you are clear. Now let's continue. So let us continue the story again. So here, what is the bucket ID again? Is 4. Go faster. This time I'm talking about E3. So you can add E3 here. So next time it is E3. Start. So you have already started me. So will I come to, not I, GVM, empty or non-empty? Of course, non-empty. So can you tell me now what it has to do? Does it have to call equals method or not equals method? Of course, it has to call equals method. It's a hash collision. But can you tell me now here, what is the first thing? See, here it is E3. So please talk in code. Something dot equals something. So I'll understand you perfectly. JVM has to call, see, it goes to this bucket and it starts traversing your linked list. So what is it is going to call first? Exactly. You can say either way, E1 dot equals E3, or you can say E3 dot equals E1 because it is symmetric. Equals method has to work in a symmetric manner. Coming back. So there are two choices. Equals method returns true, equals method returns false. So take a look at values. One is 101, sorry, and other one is 150. Tell me, what is it going to return? Equals method returns false. Will the element get added or not added? It's repeat run. So I hope people's understanding is increasing. So of course the node will get added. So first take a look at this. So here where I'm saying is 1 second. So here, which branch will be? This is returning false. Element gets added. Show it for the last time. I'll not stretch it beyond. We have other things also to do. So here, what should I show? Where should this node get added? At the end of the linked list. So here, from here, it goes to next. From here, it goes here. Show another node, please. And here, you can show, sorry. It gets added. So all you have is the same hash value. Then you have E3 and then you have null. I think people can manage that. And then you have the structure and make the changes correctly. So this null value is no longer null and it is nothing but holding a pointer to the next node as already stated. And this next pointer is pointing here. Are you getting this? Are you clear? Okay, next one now. So E4. Now I'll just ask in a very quick manner, which is the first method. You see, this is the line I'm solving. EMP set dot add E4. What is the first method your JVM will call? Everyone knows it. First method is always E4 dot hash code. It will pass it through the only E4 dot hash code, nothing more. Okay. So here I'm not writing. So E4 dot hash code. it will pass it through some internal hash function, and again it is deriving the same bucket ID 4. So tell me, null or not null? Of course not null. So now, how many times it will have to call worst case? See, no, don't say worst case. Let me say this. E4 is 50. So can you tell me what is the first equals method it will call? You can say either E1 or E4, I don't care. So let us say E1 dot equals E4. What it returns? False. Can JVM conclude? It cannot. It has to check for other nodes also. Then it will say E2 dot equals E4, still false. Then last one, E3 dot equals E4. What will it return? True or false? Answer is false again. So will element get added? 100% yes. And that is where your, E4, you can show the E4 here again. You can do that much. So what will you show? Show this null value replaced by the next pointer and the same hash value E4 and null. Are we getting clearer? Are we understanding it? Next one. Now the last one to solve, and then I'll talk about what happens when you improve your hashing function and all that. Okay, anyway, so now see this. I have got E5. E5 is having the value 101. You keep track of that. So now we are doing the last one. So which is the first method your JVM will call? What it will call here? E5 dot hash code will pass it through the internal hash function and will derive the bucket ID. So because we have written a poor hash function, which returns the same value all the time, what will it get? The bucket ID of 4. By the way, it is all consistent with your observations, which we already made yesterday, if you recall that. Now, please tell me. Well, it will start. Okay, sorry, I skipped a step. Empty bucket or non-empty? Everyone knows it is a non-empty bucket. So it will start calling linearly. This is linear searching. So here, what will it call? Either E1 or E5 doesn't matter. E1 dot equals E5. Answer that. E1 dot equals E5. What does it return? True or false? It returns true. So is your, I had made a mistake while writing, but of course now you realize, is your JVM dumb? The moment, the moment you come to this true branch, equals method returning true, not for E2, for E5, what is detected is duplicate is detected. So do you think that it will continue with the rest of the search, or it will simply abort searching? It aborts searching. And what will add method return in this case? Since the duplicate is detected, add method returns false. Confirm immediately. So here, see this. It called E5 dot hash code. Then it called employee equals, E1 dot E5 or E5 dot equals E1. And then equals method returns true, indicating duplicate is detected, and the add function add method did not add any data. So what is the size of the this thing? What is it called? Linked list. Here I'm not drawn. Okay, I'll draw. I'll not be lazy. It's just one more. So that at least you know you'll have a code and the understanding together. And draw here quickly a hash value, then E4, and then this will be truly null. And here this null will be replaced by the pointer, next pointer. You know all of that. And this next pointer is nothing but a pointer pointing to the next node. Okay, so this is what is the basic understanding of hashing algorithm. Are we? What if E3 also has ID 101? So then 101 means you're confused, Prachi. If the E3 has ID 101, it will never come inside. Okay, are you saying that instead of E1, okay, maybe I understood you wrongly. Are you saying that instead of E1, directly E3 has it? Of course. Then it has to slop, it has to waste 3 searches. When it comes to E3, then it will detect. The whole structure is in front of you. So give yourself some time. Go over it on your own, and then you will be in a position to ask better question. But answer to your question is, on the third equals method, it will detect the true value. Just try it. Change the data. So how will you change the data, guys? E5 ka, just make the ID as 150 and you will get your answer, Prachi. Are you understanding me? Ronak, I also misunderstood her question exactly like you. So I said the primary key here, you give it as 150. Simple, story over. So first it will check with 101, returns true. I'm so sorry. Equals method returns false. 10 returns false. 150, what it returns, Prachi? Quickly. True. So for the third attempt, duplicate is detected and rejects it. So play a little bit with the code and confirm, concrete your understanding. Okay, coming back. So this is the basic story. Now, let me take you further. Looking at time, yes, we can stretch. I mean, we have time. So tell me, is this working in a constant time performance or a O1 or ON factor? Is it working? Is it working in a constant time performance? No, it is definitely increasing by the number of nodes increase. So can anyone tell me what is the root cause? Quickly, what is the root cause here? Why it is behaving in such a manner? Yes, because of the hash collision. And why it is inducing the hash collision? Because data is getting dropped into the same bucket ID. So is there any solution from our side? Is there any solution? Of course, yes. So what is it we have done so far for its correct working is only followed the, what is it called? Mandatory part of the contract. So the moment you start following the optional part of the contract, okay? So here, let different, what is it called? Different objects, the different means unequal objects, let them return different hash code. Okay, so I told you already the thumb rule, not thumb rule, it's a design rule kind of a thing, that whatever data members you have used in overriding the hash code, overriding the equals I meant, use the same data members. So today it is ID. Tomorrow if I say it could be employee ID and department ID, or it can be employee ID, department ID and join date. We don't care. Whatever members you use in overriding the equals must use the same members in overriding the hash code. And as somebody had asked me, how to convert the string to integer, string class has got your hash code, has got you covered. How to convert date into a fixed size integer? Answer is date class has overridden the equals and hash code. So no worries. So now, if you check this, now I'm going to go over it in a quick manner. So in that case, now let me, you should run this and you should confirm. And your understanding, I mean, your output itself tells you things. So tell me now. So what is happening now? Are we having the O1 factor or ON factor? I mean, constant time performance or what O1 is the constant time performance. Why? Because now what must be happening is every time, currently at least, whenever you are changing the hash code, some part is in your hands, other part is in that internal hash function. So is it going to go to the same bucket or is it going to go into the different buckets? Let me ask you specifically. Suppose this went into, do some math, 16 6 are, so 5. So bucket ID is 5. But don't take it as bucket ID is 5 because there is an internal hash function. If you simplify it as 5, what is the bucket ID for this? If you rely on your modulo function, 10. So here it is in this case, 16 9s 144, 6. Are you getting it? 16 3s are 48. Are you understanding the math I'm doing? 2 and all that. Okay. So the point is JVM going to give you? And forget this is a simple modulo. When I say this, I should show you. Give me a second. Again, sometimes, I end up getting too deep and then people start feeling lost. So handle this at your own care. So see what I'm doing. What I'm showing you is, I'm just showing you that it is not a simple modulo function. It is a bit manipulation logic. So how do you understand it? Follow. Is it compulsory to follow today? Absolutely not. Anytime. Maybe after your data structure course is done, you can do that. So here, control click, it will open your whatever hash set. Later in the second half, after the break, I'm going to start on the map. So you will see that hash set internally maintains a hash map instance. So all this hashing logic and all comes from hash map. Control click on it. So, it has excellent description. The same description, similar, you will find it. So read that. Okay. It talks about so many optimizations, but I don't want this. I want to show you something else. They give you a lot of examples also. Capacity. I want to take you to something else. Okay. Yeah. So just check. Right now, don't worry about it because we have not yet entered map. But can you see something? This is what is your node structure. But when you talk about hash set, it has a hash value. Forget key and value because key and v comes from the map. This is going to be replaced by the reference of the element E1, E2, E3, and this is the pointer to the next node. That is nothing but a singly linked list. And something else I wanted to show you. It calls the So see this here, computes. Read this. Here it is, they are talking about hash map. So key and a value. So first it will call your supplied hash code and spreads this higher bits into the lower bits. So the point I'm trying to say is it really using the modulo function? Answer is no. This is that internal hash function, the secondary hash function I was talking about. So what will JVM do first? Check the code on your own. I'm not at all saying you have to go to this internal, but if you want, you can. So it is calling your supplied hash code. You'll say where I'm talking in key. Wait for some time. We will be talking instead of a hash set in a hash map, and that is where key and value will come in. So first JVM computes your hash code. This is your right shift operator and ORing. So this is where the complete math they have given. Again, complex math, complex bit manipulation. And if the key is, suppose you give null, then which is the bucket ID? Popular interview question, by the way. If you give the key, I mean, of course, I'll take it in the map structure. If you give the key null, you can't call a null, hash code method on the key on the null value. It is always added in the 0th slot. Okay, so I'll reiterate this point when I take you to the maps. So currently here, skip that. You just follow this line. And again, without getting too much confused, what is it we said is, I just simplified the whole explanation by telling you it is somehow a kind of a formula which will reduce large values of the hash code produced by your hash code function to the fixed size, which definitely fits in the range of your initial capacity. So for giving you the some idea, I just chose the modulo function. So coming back to the point, now tell me, let us get you on the track because this is complex. So now, let me ask you, the moment you start following mandatory as well as optional branch, will it reduce the hash collision or will it increase the hash collision? Simple question, simple answer. It will definitely reduce the hash collision and give you the better performance. So means what? Instead of, listen to this, instead of all the entries, all the references coming to the same bucket, they will be spread uniformly. They will be distributed uniformly. Wait a second, no questions, I'm not taking. First, check this. If and only if modulus returns the same bucket. This one, again, Ronak, like I said, it is little early to, answer the queries because internal it is not a modulo. So let me say this loud and clear. If the secondary hash function, the JVM supplied hash function returns the same bucket ID. I said modulo was for your simpler understanding, but this is the internal hash function. So let me make small correction, Ronak, to your statement. If that secondary hash function returns the same bucket ID, then only you will experience hash collision. Agreeing or not agreeing? Understood or not understood? Did you understand the last statement I made? I'll repeat it. I said, if the hash function which I showed you internally, if that returns you the same bucket ID, then there is a chance, not chance, then there will be a hash collision. So now see this. After the modified picture, you have well-distributed details. So which is the ideal situation? Tell me, which is the ideal situation which guarantees the O1 factor? So suppose I say I'm adding 16 references. I add E1, E2, E3, E4, E16. So which is the best case scenario? Thanks to that, our hashing function and the secondary hash function. What is the best case scenario? I'll repeat my question. I said, suppose you added the 16 references, and here I have taken care of the mandatory and optional part of the contract, and it has passed through the secondary hash function. So which is the best case scenario to avoid all the hash collisions? Here, every reference, each and every slot, no. You're not understanding. Let me finish it. Each and every slot exactly has one node. Are you getting me? So here, there is a pointer to the first node in the linked list, only node in the linked list, the second one, third one. So anytime you are searching, all JVM has to do is hash code and it finds the job. So this is your best case performance till your all 16 buckets are filled. I mean, they are non-empty. I'm just going to stretch it because, if there is a break, then again, I have to recap the whole thing. So which is the best case scenario, which will guarantee O1 factor, order of one factor, equal time, constant time performance, every bucket storing a pointer to only one single node. Can you visualize? So zeroth bucket is having something which is having, let's say, E1. Here it is having E2. It's not going to be sequential, but this is the best picture. Now imagine after that you started adding. I'm coming to that, Pratiksha. I'm saying this is too early to ask questions. So please give me some time. So now I'm saying you are not going to limit the user to only add 16 references. So what will happen when you start adding more and more data? So the question being asked is, if you start adding the data beyond the initial capacity, and if you have 100% uniform distribution, all your nodes, I'm so sorry, all your buckets are null or not null. Let me take you there slowly. Are they, what are they, null or not null? Quickly. They are not null. So again, now where is user? So again, JVM comes to this branch, not null branch, and here it has to, what is this branch called? This is nothing but your hash collision. Okay, so once again, the performance will start getting degraded. Agreed or not agreed? I said, when even in ideal case, no hash value is that perfect, but let's say it is ideal. After all buckets are storing one each reference of that node, then JVM has to come across the non-empty branch, not null branch, and it has to suffer from hash collision. And now imagine if the number, you keep on adding more and more references, what will happen is number of hash collisions will increase, and more the number of hash collisions versus the performance. Agreeing so far? Yes or no? This is the picture when you start adding more and more data. So then there is another factor. There is another saving factor called as load factor. Okay. So here what happens? I'll just take 2 minutes and we'll stop and you can think over it. Okay. So now here is the simple math. Here is the math your JVM follows. Okay. So what is that load factor? Load factor is the threshold capacity to which your hash set can become full. But if I say just this much, maybe people misinterpret. So I'm talking about it in a perfect math type manner. So anytime size of the hash set. Okay. So first let me ask you, what is the size of the hash set? Is it a size of the individual linked list or is it the total references, total number of nodes? I'll repeat the question again. What is the size of the hash set? Is it the size of an individual linked list or is it the total number of nodes? Total number of nodes. So don't say this linked list is growable. So you can completely spoil the performance by putting everything in one, or you can improve the performance by putting it into different buckets. So now, when the size of the hash set, okay, I'll say this, total number of references, or you can say references are encapsulated into nodes. So when the size of the hash set grows beyond simple math, the capacity. So what is the current capacity? Default capacity, starting capacity is 16. So capacity into load factor. So what is the default ideal value of the load factor? 75%. So loosely speaking, when the capacity, when the fullness, when the hash set, that hash table becomes 75% full, it is a candidate for rehashing. Okay, so when the size of the hash set grows beyond capacity and the load factor, 16 into 75. So what is the current value here? 12. Current value is 12. You can always change it. Change means change the capacity. So what will happen is rehashing. So this is a trigger for, or I can say triggers or leads to rehashing. And what happens in rehashing? Any idea, any guesses? A completely new data structure is created. Okay, so in rehashing, a new hash set is created having the same capacity or larger capacity. Simple common sense based question. Of course, larger capacity. And what is that specific formula it uses? Double the capacity. It goes by power of 2. A new hash set is created with typically, because again it is JVM specified, typically double the current capacity. And of course, your data is all there in the earlier hash set. So again, your JVM will incur, JVM will call. So JVM invokes, this is I've written in the long readmes which I'm sharing today. JVM invokes the hashing algorithm again. But now this time, are you storing, suppose let us say my number of nodes have become 20 or 25, not 20, or it's not possible, 12 in the current one. So here, those 12 nodes were maybe packed into some buckets. So because maybe the uniform distribution did not take place, the same 12 nodes now get a wider capacity of 16 twos are what? 32. So they will definitely reduce the hash collision, enhancing the performance. So JVM invokes the hashing algorithm on all earlier entries. Entries means those nodes, and spreads. The spread kind of operator. It and spreads the data, spreads nodes in the larger number of buckets. So what is the whole idea? Reducing number of hash collisions, that is for enhancing the performance. So this is all done internally to ensure constant time performance. I will share this. Yeah, so 32 becomes 64 and all that. So double the capacity typically. So this is what is the saving grace. This is what is happening internally when your number of entries, the size of the hash set, number of references, total number of nodes grow beyond the capacity into the load factor. So before I give you break, just a second, I will take your question. But here, if you now I can show you the hash set constructor. Till yesterday I could not. If you see hash set, it has given you hash set class. It has given you the constructor where you can dictate things. So which is the constructor I have used so far? The default constructor. And see, it tells you it has got a backing hash map instance with a default initial capacity of 16. So please tell me, what is this 16, guys? Yes, of course, Sonakshi. The earlier one gets marked for garbage collection. It was an easier answer question to take. Anyway, because if it is a detail, then people get confused. So here, what happens is default initial capacity is 16 and default load factor is 75%, 0.75. But larger the number of memory allocations, lesser is the performance, worse is the performance. So you can start with a higher initial capacity, but the load factor can be still, ideal load factor is taken as 75%. Tell me this. If I keep the load factor as low as 10% or as low as 20% or 50%, what will happen? What will happen faster is rehashing. And there is a, like I used to say in garbage collector, it is a stop the world kind of a thing. Here, it is going to incur lot of time. What all it has to do is it has to create a new object, shift all the entries, call the hashing algorithm all over again. So don't go for too less, hash set capacity. Not reshuffling, Rohit, I should say, copying. It is copying the references from earlier hash set into the new hash set as per the hashing algorithm. Okay, so that will take huge amount of time. So people generally stick to, I'm not saying classroom, real world example, industry, a great example. People still use the capacity, I'm so sorry, load factor as 75%. So this is the best one of the lot. If you are using a classroom example, this is good. If you want to go for a higher capacity, this is best with a load factor. But in some customized scenario, if you want to modify that, you want to make it larger. Load factor 1. What is 1? 1 is 100%. So here your JVM has to wait for the entire hash set. It is like a it will become then just in time type. So that JVM has to wait till all the hash set is full and then incur. So 75% is the optimized performance. Look at the stats part of it, statistics part of it. It will not wait for the entire set to be full. It will take the action little ahead of time. Okay, so that is the logic. And so these three are the ones which are guaranteeing your empty hash set. Okay, so that's the thing. But the last one, I hope you will find it familiar. This is going to give you naturally the populated hash set. So since it is collection, I can take the values from array list. But while taking the data from the array list references, it will still go through the hashing algorithm. It will remove the duplicates because list can have duplicates. And again, what it will give you is the same data structure, is the same hashing based or hash table based data structure as explained. So I've already stretched a lot. So we will, go over these things and try to understand at least, okay, internally it is much more. Those who are more curious, please, I've shown you. You just open the declaration from hash set, go to hash map, and anything and everything you can verify using the internals. So I don't think I had written anything. So this diagram I can share at the lunch break time or the end of the day time. So go through it. I hope you have drawn your own diagram version, and then we can discuss the further things if anyone has any question tomorrow. The readmes also, readmes in the break. Okay, no, that will be, to this. What I'll do is I'll just share the diagram. The other readmes, because there are quite a few readmes and they are assorted. So that will take me time. I also need some break to manage things. So that those readmes I'll definitely share by the lunch break time. This I can share because I just have to save it. And here, give me a minute. Core Java help, day 13 help. And here, let me say, what is it? Hash set internals. So let me send this right away. Sequence, but like I said, those are all not yet fully done things. So other things I will share later. Just use this much. Wait a minute. I'm sharing the help, the drawing. This. So here, hash set internals. I'm sending, and here somebody said sequence, but sequence is not complete. Okay, it takes more time, for us to log out. Wait a second. So this is done. Sequence somebody wanted. Actually, I was wanting to give it later. Doesn't matter. Sequence also, and one readme I can right away send you away. This all don't, I mean, I'll be putting it on Google Drive in a proper this. So what else I can give you is, wait a second, Java 8 hash set internals I gave. Java 8 new features not done yet. Sequence somebody said. And give me a minute. One more thing I can share. I can upload just to start your reading part. I don't know whether I had given it. Yeah, readme hash set. Hello, readme hash set is already provided, or maybe not. Maybe I've not finally sent it. I'll send this also. So you can start reading about it. What are the steps and all that will come your way. You're most welcome. Only thing is, I'm not a sort, I mean, collected, compiled it properly. So give me time that I generally do what all to share during lunch break. Anyway, all three. Okay. So this is it. All nodes will get new bucket ID in the new hash set as much as possible, Anshuman. It depends on, it actually depends on, ideally, yes, that is your ideal condition, one node in one bucket. But if there are, again, it all depends on, yeah, exactly, it's not compulsory that way, but ideal case condition is what you said, one node in one bucket, and that will 100% guarantee O1 factor. So this is all. Let's have a break since today we are derailing everything. So we will start the session by 11:10. Okay. So please join the session by 11:10 and we'll resume things. I'll take you from hash set to hash map then. Okay. That will be all. So all the in the lab. So start telling me when you, because very same discussion back to back, you are going to have with a hash map. So you'll have two revisions minimum. Start. When you create an empty hash set, like using default constructor, what is the initial capacity and what is the default load factor? It's a quick recap. So no, initial capacity, it is 16 and the load factor is 75%, 0.75. So tell me, what is the meaning of initial capacity? Sorry, scratch that question. Forget that. If can I change the initial capacity to higher value? Of course, yes. You have seen that other constructor. So if you want to really store a big data structure, I mean having lot of employees or larger size, you can definitely start with a higher initial capacity and manage. So let us go by the simple default value 16 and 0.75. So when I say those 16, what is that 16? It is the size of the array. It's the length of the array. So as you have seen, and I hope you have understood at least 20-25% minimum. So it is nothing but table of 16. So start telling me how many slots will be there? Naturally 16. What will be the default value of individual slot? A null value. 0 is wrong. This is not the array of integers. It is array of references. So all filled with, it is table. It is called as a hash table. Okay. So it is nothing but what? You are filled with nulls. Now, so this is the only thing which happens in the beginning. Now, when you are adding, see this, you have a code in front of you. When you say set.add, hs.add, employee set.add even, which is the first method JVM will call. Start telling me. Which is the first method it will call? JVM calls which method? Hash code. So think in code, even.hash code. So what is this hashing process? Hashing is nothing but some functionality, some algorithm to reduce a large number or large object data to a fixed size data. So tell me, hash code, what is the return type of a hash code method? Int. Int is how many bytes in Java? 4 bytes. Everyone knows that. So I could be having a huge employee data structure or customer. I don't care. I'm reducing the whole thing to a unique ID or the unique size byte as 4. So that is your process of hashing. Coming back to the point, it will call e1.hashcode. Is this the only function it calls, or is there an internal hash function? Internal hash function exists or does not exist? It exists. What is the purpose of that? What is the purpose of the internal hash function? To ensure uniform separation, to reduce probable hash collisions. So even if you have written, see, if you kill the performance by sending the same hash code, which I had done 100, then your secondary hash function doesn't help you. But if you have got the changing hash code, then what it takes is, it takes the changes in the higher order bits and spreads it, distributes it to the lower order. In short, that's a little deeper statement. You just understand this much, that it ensures a better separation. And the moment I say better separation, more hash collisions or reduced chances of hash collision, answer is reduced. So JVM does not trust only your supplied hash function. It passes through the additional hash function. Okay, now, so after passing through two hash functions, one you supplied, programmer supplied hash code, and other one is internal hashing function, what it derives is something called as bucket ID. So what is that internal hash function ensures? The bucket ID will be between 0 to initial capacity minus 1. So what is that initial capacity? 16. So your that internal hash function somehow ensures that it is never outside this range. Okay, so that's the first statement. Now tell me. So once your JVM derives the bucket ID, what is the next check JVM will do? JVM checks for something. No, wrong answer, Patiksha. It doesn't directly jump to equals. After it has figured out this, so for example, it comes to this, it will check whether the bucket ID, bucket is empty or non-empty. Means what? Is there a null value or not null value? So if it is the first entry, first reference which is added, what it will be? Bucket will be empty or non-empty, null or not null? Of course, empty. So in this case, does your JVM have to further check, has to further call equals method? Yes or no? It doesn't have to call equals method. So I hope you have understood the basic point. What is the basic point here, guys? Just earlier we were in the list. List is the sequential data structure. There is no hashing element there. So if you had the size of the list as 1000, okay, some arbitrary number. So can you tell me what is the worst case? What is the number of worst case searches you have to perform to check if the element exists or not? Worst case scenario. 1000 is the worst case scenario. Are you getting it? Oh, n factor, order of 1000. Absolutely. Everyone understands it? But now, when you say, I'll go for easy math. I have got 1000 references. So the size is 1000. But suppose I have got 25 buckets. It is 69, but I'm saying for easy math, 25 buckets. And imagine that you have written a good hash function and there is a secondary hash function which has uniformly distributed the data across those 25 buckets. So can you tell me now, what is the worst case scenario? What is the worst case? No, 1000 divided by 25. 400 is wrong. You added a one more zero, Pallav. 440 is the answer. Are you getting me? So can you imagine those 1000 searches? I get it. Reduced to 40. So which is the faster one? Which is the one which is closer to your constant time performance? Of course, hashing based data structure. So the backbone of this is one contract. What is that contract you have to obey? You have to follow. Equal objects must have, tell me, same hash code or different hash code? It is must having same hash code. So if at all there is a duplicate, for checking that duplicate, does your JVM have to search in all the buckets or only a particular bucket? Only the particular bucket. So are you understanding? Your search is narrowed only to one bucket, only to the single bucket derived by the bucket ID. I hope things are getting clearer when you think about it, when you discuss it and all that. Okay, so coming back. So you have derived the bucket ID. Suppose initially everything was empty. So now JVM is happiest. When I say happiest, it doesn't have to do any checking further. And like we said, the reference simply gets added. But does the reference get added here? Absolutely not. It maintains internally a linked list, singly linked list type of a data structure. When I say singly linked list, what are the three? Okay, it consists of nodes. So what does individual node consist of? There are three things. Actually, this even itself is split in K1, V1, key and a value. But that I'll discuss in more detail with our upcoming maps. So forget that. So what are the three compartments? What are the three details about that? A hash value, which is computed after the secondary hash function. Yes. And then there is a reference, and then there is a pointer to next. So if it was the first node, what will be the value of the next pointer? Of course, null. And since the element is added, what does the add method return? Add method returns true, and we are in this happy branch. We are in this fastest branch. Okay, this is what we had said. Now I'll just fast forward because time is everything. So the point is, now imagine, just go ahead. Okay, fast forward. Suppose this is your memory picture. What is your memory picture? You have written a horrible hash function, and all every time you're returning some constant value, making sure, I mean, like worsening the performance every time you are coming to the same bucket. Okay, so now when I say, when the programmer says employee set dot add e5, e5 is the fifth element. So which is the first method it will call? E5 dot hash code. Pass it through the internal hash function, something like modulo, works like something like modulo, and it will get you to the same bucket ID. So can you tell me what is the worst case performance? How many times it has to call the equals method? It has to call the equals method on all earlier nodes. Till what? Till either it finds a duplicate. Suppose like Prachi was asking, I guess Prachi, I may be wrong. So here, suppose here itself, E5 dot equals E2 returns you true. Tell me, will it go and search further or will it stop searching? Continue C, stop S. Of course, it will stop searching. And then duplicate is detected. So what will your add method return? True or false? Answer is false and element doesn't get added. But if suppose, see this, E1 dot E5 returns equals E5, sorry, E1 dot equals E5, false, this false, this false and this false. So worst case searching is 4 times, and then the element gets added here as the fifth entry, fifth data, hash E5 and null. So this is almost, if you write the horrible hash function, poor hash function, you can easily kill the performance. So tell me, what is the thumb rule? Okay, sorry, forget thumb rule. For thumb rule, why it is behaving in such a manner? Because your hash function is written in a ill-formed or poorly formed manner. So here, then we have not followed the optional part of the contract, which is different objects or unequal. Let's say this unequal objects should produce distinct hash code. And how do you achieve it in a very easy manner? Very simple. First, while writing today, of course, you will have an assignment on this. So first, let's say, yeah, first what you do is, first step, identify primary key. Can it be single field or can it be multiple fields? It can be either. Single, no, don't say Sarthak always single. It can be either. I told you, I'm going to give you the multi-field requirement. So it could be ID, department ID, date, or birth date, or whatever. Okay. So either way. So identify primary key. It is called as composite primary key. And first override equals. And then use the very same data members primary key fields to override the hash code. And like I was answering somebody, all Java classes, all wrapper classes, string handling classes, date handling classes have already overridden the hash code to follow the contract. So you just have to call the hash code function. So this is what is your contribution. So then you will definitely see the improved performance. But now, even with that improved hash code, different unequal objects producing what? different hash code, still there can be a case that the number, because you start adding more and more data, there are chances of increased hash collisions. So which is the factor which further helps us? First factor is unequal object producing different hash code. That itself improves the performance. What is the next factor which improves the performance further? Load factor. What is the default value of a load factor? 75%. Somebody was asking me, what if I make it 1.0? That is what he meant. So then it has to wait. The JVM has to wait for the entire hash set. And after that, it is not adaptive at all. So after that, it has to stop everything and copy the data, etc. So generally, nobody waits till it becomes 70, I mean, more than, exactly. So more than 75% full, 75% is a good number, optimized number. So what will happen? Okay, sorry, forget that. When will this particular hash set become candidate for rehashing? So there is this clear-cut formula. So simple answer is, okay, 12 is just now. Yeah. So when the size is what? Size of a particular linked list or the total number of references? 12 as of now. Absolutely. Tell me, is it the size of a one linked list? No, it is the total number of references in the collection, in the set, total number of references. When it exceeds what by what? The capacity into load factor. Okay, so that depends on whatever values you have chosen. At that time, JVM decides that if it continues with the same data structure, impossible to maintain constant time performance. So what happens is rehashing. So tell me, what happens in rehashing? A new data structure or the existing one is continued? A new data structure, new hash set with approximately twice the capacity. It goes by power of 2. Okay, so yeah, double the capacity. So now there are suppose 16 buckets. In the newly created one, there will be 32. And then it takes all this data. It doesn't maintain the structure. It just takes the data references, nodes, and it again follows the entire hashing algorithm and fits these closely packed or tightly packed. Suppose one linked list is having multiple, so those will be taken and those will be nicely spread out using that internal hash function, your hash function, into larger capacity of buckets, larger number of buckets, reducing the chances of hash collisions further. Okay, so this is that other enhancement. So two enhancements, which two factors rather, which give you which help you in achieving constant time performance. One is improved hash code. I mean your contribution, good way of writing or proper way of writing hash code function. Second one is load factor, and there is a third one which I will suggest. I mean this is, of course, I'm sharing, but this is a readme hash map. So how I could not share it in the break. So there is a very good article. So here, since your main syllabus talks about Java 8, I'm talking about Java 8. So you go through that and you will see there is one more performance, enhancement factor. See the situation. I don't want to say too many things, but I'll just tell you. The situation, suppose it is that your linked list is growing in size. I said a particular linked list, but you have not yet reached the load factor. Are you understanding me? What to do in that case? So there is something called as a threshold capacity, which is 8 in Java 8. And then after that, what it does is it changes the linked list data structure to a tree, a binary tree. And then anytime you see the performance factor for the linked list versus this particular tree, so where is somewhere I've written. So here it uses the balance tree after the threshold factor of 8 is reached, and then it guarantees even better performance. But this discussion is little premature. So unless until you get the basics of this, I don't want to get into the advanced discussion. So this is all you need to understand. Again, I would say if you say the basic thing is only this much, how the hash code and the equals method is to be overridden and how to follow the contract, rest all is all internals. So tell me, have you reached 30%, 20, 30% clarity at least? Because see, you have to run it. I mean, you have to go through it on your own and then it will do. If you read, great. If it is more than that, I'm more than happy. So the point is, these are the, see, this is the famous hashing technique called as additional linking, because it relies on an additional linked list. There is another scheme of hashing. Anyone knows that? Those who know about data structures would know that. I said this hashing can be done in yet another manner, open addressing. It's called as open addressing. So yeah, close hashing, open addressing is the one. And then it doesn't rely on the additional data structure. Yes, there are two ways of open addressing, quadratic probing, linear probing. So we get into details of the data structure, which is not this course about. But the point is, what is Java following? Java is following the initially linked list based data structure, which gets converted into trees after the threshold capacity is reached, and it uses load factor, hashing, hash code function, all of it together to enhance the performance or to guarantee the constant time performance. So this is what I wanted to say as the internal about this. Now I'll do something before I take you to the hash map. So just observe. I'll just make a copy. Wait a second. Let me see what we have got here. So this is a good hash function. This is not a poor hash function. So okay, let me make a copy. I don't require this now. I need to show you something before I take you to hash maps. Another hashing based data structure, which is super important because I said your enterprise Java J2E data structures are all around the maps. Everything is key and a value. Here. So I have a small question for you. I have already taken that, but it is good to solve. What if I say, I was saying that I will give it to you directly, but I don't want to, I change my mind. What if I say the primary key or two employees equality is based upon their ID and the name? Means what? Two employees are same if and only if their ID is same, their name is same. Is the question clear? So is it a simple primary key or is it a composite primary key? It's a composite primary key. Everyone understands. So start telling me the rules. 13.2. Fine. So what is the first thing you will do? Will you override equals first or hash code? Answer is override equals first. Start telling me. I hate downcasting twice. So I hope nobody is going to ask me what is this you are doing, since we have done it so many times. It's ease of programming. Yes. What should I add next? The next key is what? Name. So either you say this dot name or name, it is all the same. Please don't make the mistake of checking it by double equal, reference equality, content equality, everything equals, and the other's name, e dot name. Are we 100% clear so far? Everyone is clear so far? Great. Now you have the rule. Is this hash code correct or wrong? Wrong. Why? Because it is only based on ID. So now base it out of the ID and name. So like I said, like I showed you already, you can use any formula. You can simple arithmetic addition or multiplication or a complex formula also, square root and all that. But it should involve all the primary key members. So here it is, name dot, which is the method your string class has already overridden. I showed you the formula also, hash code. Are you getting me? So this is the meaning. So what is being followed? Both the branches, mandatory and optional. And now, once you understand this, now you can play more. You can play with more combinations. So before going to the next topic, I'll just make the combinations. Wait a second. So all four combinations I'll take. So this is same ID, same name. Sorry, different ID, same name. Let me take same ID, different name. Let us take the other combination. I'll just take different ID, different name, and that is enough like. So this is fine. So I'm just talking about it. Start answering questions. Don't look at this. I'm not going to waste time. You can just tell me true or false. That is sufficient. Just check whether I've taken all possible combinations. That's it. I need 4 combinations, but anyway. So have I got that combination also? No, I don't have that. So here I'll actually make this. Just you also check, okay? So here ID and this is same name. This is both different. This is just another one thing different. This and 101 ABC. Yeah, please start telling me. You know the whole deal. You just tell me, is it going to return true or false? Pretty easy. True. Next one, 10 and ABC. I hope answer you are giving is true. Next one, 150 and ABC 23. Of course, true. Here, what is it? The ID is different and the name is also different. 50 and ABC, earlier combination. So, of course, true. And everyone knows this. What about this? ID is also same and name is also same. So, is the fifth element going to return? Going to get added? Not really. So, it will return you false. And size is still there. I will not change this part at all. So, please confirm. And as you can see, with the improved written hash function, your hash collisions are drastically reduced. And only in the last case, as you can see, of course, this is just a 5 references. Add 50 and you will see some different picture. Anyway, at 12, it is going to refactor. Coming back to the point, you can see true, true, true. All these are, you know, the reason. And then you can say, you can see the added false. And really last part, if you have understood, you're not allowed to do this today. Please don't tell me that we generated equals and hash code and we solved the assignment. That's not allowed. Allowed for your own good. So, but you say tomorrow or day after, or we are in the middle of your enterprise Java, and in Hibernate, we are going to talk about similar things in the composite primary key manner and all that. That time, of course, I don't expect you to write your own. So that time I'll just say, are you adding the data in a set as in hash set? If the answer is yes, I'll just tell you generate equals and hash code. So there is a ready-made whatever source code generation here, source, and see see the menu item. It is generate hash code equals because IDE knows that it has to be, if you want to add the data to hashing based data structure, it has to be done in a consistent manner. So you can simply say this and you can tell this which are the fields which have to be involved in the correct contract. So suppose I say ID and name, you can definitely look at it later. It is a larger one, of course. It checks by the reference equality, checks the null. Reference equality is required, but null is not required in our case. Instance of does it. And this is little bit of reflection. It is checking whether it is the same class or not. You remember in JavaScript, there is a triple equal to, which checks for the data types. It is that check here, checking by the type of the class, right? So then if it is all, if it is type of the class is different, one is fruit, one is a manager. So all these checks we are also doing, not this one, but these two checks we are doing, with one single keyword. Which is that one single keyword? Instance of. And then you can check ID based and name based. So it is rather elaborate one. We write a shortcut version, which is equally good. But I'm sure you are interested in looking at hash code. So have a look at it. So it has been a proved fact, statistically proved fact, when you use the prime numbers, not composite, prime numbers for hash code generation, it ensures further separation. And better the separation, lesser hash collision, better performance. So typically written hash code involves some prime number. And what is it involving further? The ID as well as if you give the name null, we don't give the name null. So it is going to use the strings hash code function also. So absorb all these details very well in the today's lab session. And I'll give you a fresh scenario, something like car, something stocks or book or author. I'll just figure out something. And I'll give you the rule that this is my equality testing. Add the data. I'll tell you either in a hash map or hash set. Let's see how it goes. And you will give me, without making help of this, without taking this ready-made help, you will give me the matching contractual form of hash code and equals. So this is what I wanted to say regarding the sets. When we go a little further, I'll give you more practical example in the tree set. Linked hash set, we don't require too much, but tree set you might require. So I'll give you a better example than that integer set example. So this gives you the overview of one half of collection framework. So tell me, which is the second half of the collection framework? You know this. We've been talking about this for last 4 days, I guess. This is the fourth day, I guess. I don't know. The second half is maps and below. So now let's start looking at maps. And the main thing I'll spend time on is hash map. So, but the API is same. So let me ask you a simple question. Don't start reading. Just give me a minute. So which is the okay, forget that. Is collection a super interface of a map? Is map extending from collection? Answer is no. So the moment you say no, map is not iterable. Means what? You can't directly attach an iterator to it. No iterator, no this thing, no list iterator, no for each, no for loop. Okay. So all these statements are true till Java 8, till Java 7, I should say. Java 8 changes the whole picture. So when I take you to Java 8 new feature, we'll speak differently. Now just read the first box and I'll start explaining. Okay, so what is it we have written at the top is map an interface or a class? Simple question, simple answer. Map is an interface. Okay, so 100% it is an interface. Is it a generic interface? Everyone knows it. It is a generic interface. But earlier we were working on set of references, list of references, a single generic type. This is maintaining two generic types. One is key type for K, K for key type and V for value type. So in a nutshell, what does a map consist of? Map consists of key value pairs. But when I say key value pairs, is it going to consist of the key value objects or the references? Answer is right here. Any collection, be it a list, set, queue or a map, it is collection of references. So it is only key type of a reference, value type. No, both this one, or this key type of reference and a value type of reference, and actual key object and a value object will be elsewhere in the heap. Okay. So now, when I discuss this whole hashing algorithm once again with hash map, maybe tomorrow, because you need to sleep over it today. So here, what will essentially change, only very few things change from a hash set discussion to hash map. So here, what is this bucket going to hold? This bucket holds the reference to the linked list. And what is that linked list consists of? Chain of nodes. So what was the structure of a node in your hash set days? Hash value, element reference, pointer to the next node. So what will slightly change in your understanding when you shift from hash set to hash map? So I'll ask you, let's see whether you guess it. Will this hash value will be still kept? 100% yes. Will the pointer to the next node still required? Of course, yes, it's a linked list. But this even will be replaced by anyone? What will be even replaced by? Not just key. It is, guys, key and a value is stuck together. You cannot unbind them. You can, if they are bound together. So here you can think of it as K1 V1. So how many slots you should visualize? Hash value, K1 comma, K1 slash whatever V1 and the pointer to next. Okay. So what is this key and a value pair called in the jargon? It is called as an entry. Okay. So here each key and value is called as entry. And what is the Java data type of entry? It is the statically nested interface. See this. You already know nested classes, non-static nested class, static nested class. So let me revise. Let me ask you a question. If you have the outer class and statically nested inner class, how do you refer to that inner class members? I mean inner class, outer dot inner. So in Java, like how you have nested classes, can it have nested interfaces? Answer is very much yes. So please look at it and tell me, what is the name of the outer interface and what is the name of the inner interface? Outer interface is map. Inner one, the statically nested one is entry. And when I show you the Java docs, I'll show you, or you can look at it right away. Why later? So here, open your Java docs, and here you can simply search for map. So you will it will take you to java.util.map. I said be with me. I mean do the searching with me. This is what I'm talking about. It is map interface. There are so many sub interfaces, but there's not a super interface as in collection. You know that. These are the various implementation classes. Important ones for us are hash map. People ask you hash map versus hash table, so I'll cover that sometime. And linked hash map, and there's somewhere a tree map. Okay, these are the important ones. And it tells you that like how we have a famous dictionary class in Python. Dictionary class in Python is 100% equivalent to your Java's hash map. Okay, so coming back to the point, sorry, so I wanted to show you map.entry. It's a very good description to go through. Wait a second. Yeah. So now, what is the, see, it is giving you the nested class summary. It's not a nested class. It is actually a nested interface. So can everyone see which is the interface we are talking about? Map is the outer interface. Entry is the inner one. So click on that and it will take you to the important part. So this is your map.entry interface. Again, it is a generic interface and statically nested within a map. So coming back to the point, when I told you, it is instead of even K1 V1, what is the data type of that K1 V1? Yes, anyone? What is that actual data type, Java data type of that key value pair? It is map.entry. Okay, so it is the map.entry which is representing your key value pair. All these things are very important statements. You will understand how important later. So that is what I mean my opening statement was. Now look at the important facts. Map is, you must be knowing already, but still let me restate it. Map, you cannot have the duplicate keys. What happens when you add the duplicate key or the entry with the duplicate key? That depends on which API you are using. So all those are details, forget the details. But map maintains distinct keys, but can it contain duplicate values? Answer is yes. Map cannot contain duplicate keys, but it can contain duplicate values. Okay, next one. The most important, the hashing based data structure implementation of map is hash map. And you will see that, see, I'm trying to connect it to what I hope little bit is understood. Here, what was deciding the bucket ID? It was sorry. What is it your JVM was calling? The hash code function on this reference type, employees hash code. So now, whose hash code method will be called to govern, to determine where that entry has to fit? Is it a keys hash code function or is it a values hash code? Answer is keys values. Keys hash code function. Because values are like a second-rate citizens, secondary citizens in the world of the maps. Keys are the main things. Okay, so it is the keys hash code which is called while determining, while governing, while finding out. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So where the entry goes. Okay, so all those things. We'll just draw another map, another hash table tomorrow, and I can take it after you have little bit gone through it. And then the next thing is there is a one-to-one correspondence between key and a value pair. Okay, so these are the basics about entering maps. So I just discussed your in general map and I just wrote a one line about hash map. So tell me honestly, does this hash map linked hash map and a tree map. Does it remind you of anything? I hope answer is yes. What is it we were discussing yesterday? Hash set, linked hash set and tree set. They are the same internally. Data structures are created in the same manner. So the one which is really important is hash map. So see, the adjectives are also the same. Adjectives means here, whether it is an ordered map or a sorted map or whatever. So hash map neither remembers the order of insertion nor it does any sorting. So it is an unsorted, unordered map implementation class. So what is it based upon? What is it which decides where the entry means key and a value pair is to be set. It is all decided by the hashing algorithm, which we looked at in the first half. And why hash map? This is the answer. Hash map, like your earlier hash set guarantees constant time performance for which all operations. So now you'll start looking at the hash map API, which is kind of different. Some of the methods are similar, but some of them are different. Tell me, which is the method we used to add the reference to the hash set? Add itself. But which is the method you are going to use for adding the entry to the hash map? It is either put method or there is another variant, put f offset. There are so many methods. I'm just taking the important ones. So these are for inserting the entry. When I say in the middle of net insert entry, entry is key and a value pair. So for example, soon we'll be writing map dot put k1 comma v1. Keys and values are stuck together, bound together. Even when you remove the entry, the entire, even if you say remove by key, entire entry is removed. So one thing at a time. Coming back. So put and put if absent, they are, slightly different. So I'll talk about it in more detail later. So how do you get, okay, let me ask you, don't answer. Let me ask you a proper question. Suppose you have written any list implementation, array list, linked list, vector. They are all identical API wise. So if it is an array list, because that is what we spend maximum time on. If I say it is an array list of what? Customers. Okay. And customer has already registered with you. Now customer wants to log in. Okay. So first for login, for authentication, you will accept email and a password. So now tell me, if you wanted to search in the array list, the primary key of customer is email. So which are the two things you have? Okay, forget the two things. Which is the API which you'll use? I'm revising your list. I said, if you want to perform the login, okay, get is the method, fine. But now I'll do the reverse engineering because you gave me the last answer. But get method works on what? Index. So what will you use for getting the index? Index of. But what does index of internally call? Tell me. Equals. And index of method requires the argument of the customer reference type. So now my final question is, which were the two things you had to do for making all of this work in a customer list? We know we've been talking about these two things very often. So you had to identify the primary key and override. No, off track you are, Anshuman. I'm not in contains key. No. What are we talking about? We are talking about list. I'm yet to come to this. I said we are still in the list. I'm trying to tell you how the life becomes easier with powerful APIs in the map. So in the list, you had to do two things. You had to identify the primary key, override the equals, and supply the overloaded constructor. And then your index of contains, etc. methods worked. I hope you understood. But I'm saying, if you use in the map world, the key classes, which are Java built-in classes. Which Java built-in classes I'm talking about? Some integer ID, some string email. So these classes have already done all these things. So your interaction with the maps becomes easy. So coming back to the point, let me say this. What is the argument of the get method in the map API? Will it be index or will it be key? Answer is key. In goes the key, out comes the value. If there is no key, the value, return type will be, return value will be null. So I'm telling you, you still, I mean, those who have worked in maps will know, but otherwise you will be pleasantly surprised, pleasantly relieved. Things are so easy. Next one. So you can remove the entry. If you are searching whether a particular key exists or not, earlier we had contains, but I had to still override that equals and provide that overloaded constructor. Nothing of the sort. So there is a direct method contains key, size, etc. So guys, understand the point. All these methods work in constant time performance. And thanks to this, I mean, why this constant time performance? Thanks to this hashing based data structure. So the additional point to note, this is, it is a unsynchronized. It is inherently thread unsafe. So when I finally take you to multi-threading next week, at that time, if you are sharing a hash map between multiple concurrent parallel threads, of course, you'll have to apply the thread safety. Otherwise, you might get concurrent modification exception. So I've said few things and you will actually experience it in the next week. So coming back. So, okay, so that was your hash map. Now let us go into the other types also. Wait a second. So here, what is the other type of the map you have? Linked hash map. Read it and it will be, actually I should have shown it below this hash map. Linked hash map is a subclass of a hash map. So what does it represent? Like your linked hash set, unsorted but ordered map. Means what? If you create a linked hash map and use put method, I'll talk in code, LHM or map dot put K1 V1, K2 V2, K3 V3, K10 V10. And if you, when you display the entries of the map, do you expect to see the order or sorting, O or S? Simple question. Order. That is your ordered map. Sometimes, much later, whenever we are doing REST APIs and all that, and when I show you the writing of the REST client, RESTful API client, you require it sometimes. So at that time, we will definitely go deeper. Next one. Now, map is the super interface and the sub interface is sorted map. Sorted map extends from map, and then there is an implementation class in form of a tree map. Exactly like your tree set. So tree map is a sorted map, but it doesn't remember any order of insertion. And the moment I say anytime, middle of night, the sorting in Java, there are only two ways, natural and custom. So look at this. Actually, I've given the full answer, but we will come to that with actual examples. So first one, if you use this constructor, are we passing any comparator or no comparator? There's no comparator. The moment you see there's no comparator, you don't even have to think twice. Will it go by natural ordering or will it go by custom ordering? Of course, natural ordering. The moment I say natural ordering, this is the third day after we started discussing sorting. So I think by now you should be crystal clear. So when I say natural ordering, you should think of comparable and compare to. But the question here is, which class has to implement comparable and compare to? Answer of which is always key. I told you, values are not even looked at. Values are just there, by the way, kinds. But it is the key. It is the key classes. It is the key type of the class which has to implement comparable. And when you call this constructor and when you populate the map, there is a put method, there's a put if absent, put all, so many. So which classes, which method will be called? Key classes compare to method will be called, which is quite a detailed answer. So currently you just see custom ordering or natural ordering, natural ordering. Which class has to implement comparable? Key class. And which method will get called at runtime? Compare to. Keep it limited. So now this is your test of, applying generic syntax and all. Again, I have given the answer, but you solve it on your own. So tell me, is this giving you, is this constructor giving you, for simple question, empty map or populated map? There's an answer there, right there. Of course, a populated map. So if you are creating a map of the type K comma V, in K's and V's you don't understand. So let me say this way. let's say something, integer, I mean, I'm taking my bank account thing, integer, that is account number, a key. And what will be the value? What should be the value type? See, let me not go fast over this. I'm saying I want to arrange now my bank account details in a map. So what should be the key type and what should be the value type? Answer that slowly. You understood my question? Account number is the key. So what is the data type of account number? Integer. Agreed? So int I cannot keep. So I said integer, a wrapper type. But what, because generic types are reference types. And what will be associated with this key? Entire bank account details. So which is the class which represents the bank account? The name is bank account itself. So what will be K comma V? Absolutely, Ronak already said that. Integer comma bank account. Okay, so now, so that is our good starting point. Wait a second, I lost that. Okay, so now, if the question is, I mean, I'm just checking this part. So if I want, okay, I want to populate a tree map. You will see hash map also has the same constructor. If I want to populate map of integer comma bank account, can I populate it from any other list or any other set? Answer is not directly. But can I populate it from some other map, including hash map, tree map, linked hash map? Answer is yes. So when I say map, read this. Populated map for any map, including whatever is the map implementation class. So hash map, linked hash map, hash table, tree map, property, any class you take, it's possible. But now there is a restriction. So this is your another chance to revise. When you say question mark extends key, upper bound or lower bound? It is the upper bound. So what does it mean? Key and the, what is it? Subtype or key and the super type? It's key and the key or the subtype. So what is it I started with? Integer. So I can populate the map, this tree map, from any other map of the type, either integer or its subtype, and what was that? Bank account or its subtype, saving account, current account, loan account, etc. This is the meaning of that generic constructor. Okay, so this is it. But the real point is, while populating the map here, is it going to call a hashing algorithm consisting of hash code and equals? It's a Boolean question. Is it going to call that? Answer is absolutely not. It is completely based upon comparison functions. Tree map is a sorted map. It is all about sorting. So here I have already written, or have I not written? Not written. So tell me, look at this constructor and tell me, will it be using natural ordering or custom ordering? As in NO or CU? Tell me, look at this constructor. I hope you are giving me the correct answer. I'm not looking at your answer currently, but the answer is natural order. Why? There's absence of comparator. There's no comparator. In the absence of comparator, of course, it is default ordering, natural ordering. So which classes, which method will get used for sorting? Same answer. Key classes compared to method will be called. And the last one, obviously, you know this. So tell me, what is the ordering here? Natural ordering or custom ordering? I hope people are settled on that front. The moment you see comparator, of course, comparator means custom ordering. Okay. So here, the third one is for custom ordering. Of course, it gives you empty map and then you say put all and all that and populate that. But here is something else for you to look out for. So listen to this. This comparator, can it be of any type or a specific type? A for any, S for specific. There is a rule. We have spent enough time, at least for you to understand this much. So if my, listen to this, if my key type is integer, can anyone tell me what are the possible candidates? What are the possible options? I said, if my key type is integer, what all I can pass in its place? It is integer or super type, which is what? Either integer or what is the superclass of integer? Number. And what is the ultimate superclass? Object. So this is the meaning. So your comparator has to be key-based comparator. Try giving value-based comparator and your compiler itself will give you error. So this is what was the quick look at uh, you know map details. Now let us look at one detail at a time and take you further. So here, wait a second. Yeah. So in today's help, it is going to be a lot of help. So here, there's somewhere map API. I'll modify my sequence to tell you that read this, read that, and kind of a thing. So we have already looked at map overview. So map interface, its implementation classes, hash map, linked hash map, tree map. Read this, and I think you will manage on your own. Just check this. Today you will have two assignments. One very small assignment on a hash set. I need to confirm whether you can override the equals and hash code. And the slightly larger one will be on a hash map. So anytime you are solving a hash map assignment, just open this map API, or the best one is Java Docs, and then solve it. So let's start going through it. Quickly start answering. When you use this default constructor, what are the three answers? Size, capacity, and load factor. You already understood it. Hash set and hash set maintains internally a hash map. So anyone wants to answer? Size is 0, 16.75. Very good. I don't have to explain that. Next one. Same. Isn't it the same? It is 100% same. Hash set internally uses hash map. So initial capacity, whatever you want. This is the one where you can supply your own customized larger initial capacity and whatever load factor. But I'm telling you again, this is the one people use the most. Larger initial capacity, load factor still at 75%. And this is what I just now explained for a tree map. So I'll not explain it again. You know about it. The K and the subtype, and V and the V or its subtype. So now I'm just talking about this. Wait a second. Example. So I've given a create new account. So here I'll just say to store. Otherwise, I don't want people to, confuse. Hash map. I'm showing you the hash map steps. And then if time permits, today, tomorrow, sometime, I'll take tree map also. Linked hash map is the easier version to follow. So start. If I want to store the account details, people have already given me. So how do you decide what is the data type of a key? Ask yourself what is primary key. It is account number, which is integer, and the value you already told me was bank account. Okay, so this is your hash map. Diamond operator means what? Whatever is the type of LHS is same as RHS. Our RHS type is inferred from LHS. So I hope you are clear with this simple constructor. What is the size, capacity, everything? Everyone knows it. Size 0, capacity is 16. That is those 16 buckets, the array of 16, all filled with null. And the load factor is nothing but 0.75. Okay, start. Read this peacefully. I'll talk to you. So start reading with me. There are two important, interesting methods. Actually three, but put all is for bulk insertion. So leave that aside. One is put if absent. So here I'm showing you put method. So what does it mean? Put means actually replace. So answer, and I've drawn a small flowchart also, which I'll explain in the lab, or I'll take it in the lab. All these diagrams. So what does it mean? It will insert the new entry into the map is given. But there are two cases the key may already exist or it is a new key. It is a existing entry or it is a new entry. So what will happen in case of existing entry? It will replace old value reference by the new value reference. I hope you remember set method in your list days. It is like that. It's replace. So it will replace old value reference by the new one. And what does this method return? It will return null. If there is no existing value reference in case of a new entry, it will return you null, or it will return you the replaced value, old value reference in case of a existing entry. So my suggestion is, I mean, you decide what you want to do. If I were you, I would focus on this more. So listen to this. So suppose you have created an empty map. Imagine this kind of a statement. So there is nothing there. Now, so here, if I say map.put, we are inserting the first entry. What does the entry consist of? Key value pair. So is it a new entry or is it an existing entry? N or E? It's a new entry. So is there anything to replace? Absolutely not. So what it will do is it will simply insert the entry and put method returns null in case of a new entry because there's nothing to return as a replaced old value reference. Next way. So I think these two also are easy. Are we clear so far? K1, V1, it all resolves it by the key. It never even looks at your values. So K1, K2, K3, all same. Sorry, all distinct. My mistake. Next one. The result is the same. It will return you null. Now look at the next one. So what is it we have? Duplicate key. I mean, K1 is the same and the value reference is V4. So what is it? Existing entry or new entry? Existing entry. So what it will do is it will replace the value V1 by V4 and it will return you the replaced value reference. And now which values? I'll do the better job than this. Which entries? Sorry, you expect to see. Entry is a packed this like your JSON. We have key and a value pair. So here it is. What will be that? K1 V4. K1 V4. Am I correct? Yes, I'm correct. And K2 V2 and you have K3 V3. Are you going to expect any sorting? Please don't expect. This is a hash map. Are you expecting to really see the ordered output? Please don't. It's an unordered, unsorted map. So tell me, is the put method clear? Is everyone clear with the put method? And later in the labs, when I say in the labs, sometimes, I don't want to do that. So here is your easy one. Put versus put if absent. Okay. So put if absent, leave it aside. Here. Forget all this. Look at only this. So put method, if you add a new entry, new key, inserts the entry, returns null, story over. In case of existing entry, existing entry means same key already exists. Value is not even checked. Replaces the old value by the new value and returns the old value reference. That's your put method. So now let me ask you the question, realistic one. So if you have what you are going to solve today, your choice, student or customer. Okay, I'll say customer today. Anyway, we'll discuss that all that part in the lab session. So suppose a customer has registered with the email ID abc@gmail.com. Another customer comes in and again chooses abc@gmail.com. And you have used put method. What will happen? You understood my inputs? I hope you understood this. So you will be overwriting, you will be losing the customer details. The earlier customer details will be wiped out, will be replaced by, will be overwritten by what is it called? Not old email, the whole value. You're wrong. Email doesn't get replaced. Email is the same. It is the value details which are this. So in short, we are losing the details. So in such cases where you don't want to lose the data, there is another savior. So read this. The name itself is so suggestive. Put if absent. Check this out. Okay. So method name itself is, I think, self-explanatory. So I have not written any text. I have just shown the example. So start. Whether it is a put method or put if absent, will they behave in the same manner in case of new entry or in different manner? In short, of course, same. So there's nothing to replace, right? So here, when it is an existing entry, put or put if absent are the same. So it will insert the entry and return null. Null is what? Replaced value reference. There's nothing replaced. So I feel you will understand all of this. So put if absent, like your put method, returns null in case of the new entry. Now this is where it has changed. So understand this. Is it going to replace this entry or is it going to ignore this entry? R or I? Answer is ignore. The moment there is a match, the moment it is a same key, is it going to silently, see the adverb, silently replace V1 by V4? Absolutely not. Put if absent. It is not absent. So it will simply ignore your entry, a value, and what it will return is the existing value reference without getting replaced by V4. So in short, see the point. The point is, I hope you understood this. This is the difference. This was replaced value. Is this a replaced value or old value? R or O? It is the old value reference. So if you don't want to lose the data, if you don't want this replacing happening silently and all that, you should use the this one, put if absent. It has different use cases. So if you check, wait a second, put if absent, this part is the same. New entry inserts the entry, put if absent method returns null. But existing entry does not replace the old entry by new. That is, old value is not replaced by the new value. It simply returns the existing value reference. Give me 10 more minutes and we'll be writing the code together. Hopefully together. I mean, together or not, I don't know. But yes, we'll be writing something. Oh, sorry. So now go to the next one. Go through this. Add, add all. So now put, this is your put all. So what will happen? Now I'll not waste time on this again. Just now we explained. So how to use it? You have two maps, map 1 and map 2. And what is the usage? When you say map1 dot put all map 2, it will copy all the entries. Means what it will copy? Keys, values, both or neither. Answer is both. Key value pair is an entry from map 2 to map 1. And since it is a bulk put operation, if it finds any duplicate keys, it will replace the duplicate keys. I'm so sorry. It will replace the old value references by the new values. Okay, so that's your put method. I'm sorry, put all method. Okay, there's no put if absent all. So here, look at this. Things become easier in the map-based API. You'll see what I'm going to do is I'm going to solve the same functionality. Whatever we did in the array list, today we'll do it with the map and you will see how easy it is. So coming back here, this is for retrieval. Earlier was for create. What goes in and what comes out is the key goes in and the value type of reference goes out. Anyone wants to answer quick and fast? Why the type is not key and object key? Why the argument type is object and not the generic one? You know the answer. You just have to apply. Exactly. It is internally going to call first key dot hash code. And then if it comes to that non-empty bucket branch, it is going to call equals. Okay. So that is the reason it does the whole thing. I mean, if you want, okay, I'll talk. There's a proper readme hash map where I'm talking about what happens in put method, get method, I think remove or whatever also. So that also please read. So here the answer is definitely in goes the key, out comes the value. But if the key is not found, it will return null. Otherwise, it will return the existing value reference. So I'm referring to here the same example. So if I say map.get k2, it is going to return v2. If it is a not existing one, all it returns is null. So will this work with constant time performance O1 factor? Answer is yes. whatever API is key-based API, two things are given. First, JVM will call key.hashcode. From that, it will derive the bucket ID, and from that, if required, it calls the equals method. But everything is done on the key. Next one, read this. So contains key. So here, the name itself is self-explanatory. So it is going to check again the same old thing. Keys hash code, keys equals, and finds it. So let us go simple here. It will return true if the key is found, otherwise returns false. So like how we used to use contains method, here you can use contains key. So map.contains key K1, if I refer to my K1 V1, K2 V3, of course it will return true. So does this work in constant time performance? 100% yes. But is there a parallel method such as contains value? Answer is yes. So what it does is, if you know now little bit about the structure of the map. Map and set is the same. It's a hash table based structure. So tell me, this contains value. Why does it run in? Why does it take on factor? Or okay, forget that if you can't answer that. Can you guess how it must be searching for a particular value type? Can it make use of hash code and equals? I said here contains value. Can it make use of hash code and equals? Absolutely not. Hash code and equals is concerned with key. And what is it user is going to give me? A value type of reference. So I hope you have this data structure right in front of you. You can't lose that. So what it has to do is it simply iterates over all the buckets. Buckets means what? Bucket has just the reference to the linked list. Then it goes to the linked list, sequential order, and searches for the matching value. Doesn't iterate through the keys. Wrong answer. So iterates over all the linked lists in a serial manner, sequential manner. And in that case, what it will call? It will call equals, obviously. But equals will get called on what? Key type or a value type. It contains value, guys. So value type. Key, somebody said wrong answer. You are mixing up. Of course, you need time. Of course, I do get that. So the point is, contains value 100% works on value-based equality or values equals method. And then it will return true if the value is found. So for example, but the fact is, because it is highly performant, it is not good performant at all. We hardly use it. Mainly we work in the maps using keys. We don't use this contains value. In rare case, in the specialized case, you can use it. Next one. Read this and I think you will understand on your own. Just check this. Is anyone saying anything? Can one key has multiple? No. You are mixing up. Key and key has a value, Anshuman. First, settle. It's too early to ask questions. You are mixed up in that key and a value structure. The linked list ka node itself consists of K1, V1. Okay, so take it slow. Coming back to the point. Here, when you say remove means even when you pass key, keys are stuck together with the values. So here, can anyone tell me? Where is the key and a value pair? Because Anshuman got it in a completely wrong manner, so I can help him as well. Where are the keys and values kept? Are they here? Absolutely not. Where is the key and a value pair? Hash followed by K1 V1 and the next pointer. This is what I said. So now when I say, suppose, tomorrow we'll draw a fresh picture. Don't worry. So the point is, when you say something map.remove K1. So what it does, again it calls K1.hashcode, derives the bucket ID, and then in that linked list it will search, is there a node having the matching key? Which class is which method? Keys equals method. If the key is found, will it only delete key or key and a value pair? Answer that. So what will be gone is this whole node K1 V1 consists of what? Map.entry. So this whole key and value pair is removed. And that is what is the side effect, not side effect, that is what is the effect of your remove method. So the entire mapping is nothing but the entry, key and a value pair, that is gone. So I've given some examples. Suppose this is what was your structure of the map, having key and a value pairs. If you say map.remove k2, what it returns is the removed value reference v2. For after that, what will be the structure of the map? The entire entry is gone. But if you write something k20, which is not having a, which is not existing, what will remove method return is null in case of matching, in case the key is not found. So please, whenever you are solving assignment, don't jump into internals. Internals you associate with hash set, and hash map you just look at it at the API level today. So these are the basic CRUD operations performed on the map. So tell me, just a quick 1 minute recap. So here, if you want to add the entry in the map, which are the three options? Okay, two options, forget three. Which are the two methods you saw? One is put and one is put if absent. Put all is the bulk put operation. If you want to retrieve, CRUD, that is retrieval. So what is it you want to do the retrieval for? Get method. If you want to check if the key exists, which is the method to use? Contains key. It's a Boolean returning. That will run. All these methods work in a constant time performance. But if you are searching by a value-based criteria or value, which is the method contains value, and that you cannot benefit from the O1 factor because it has to linearly search from all the buckets, from all the linked lists. Coming back, ON factor, right? And if you want to remove the entry, update, there's no update. Update means either you use put for replacing, or if you want to update some state of the object, you can use it with the setters. Next one, if I want to remove a particular entry, the answer is right in front of you. In goes the key, and if the key is found, key and a value pair, which is called as an entry is equal to mapping is equal to key value pair, entire entry is removed from the underlying map. And what it returns is, it is returning you the removed value reference. Okay, so this is all good part. This is all best parts of the map. But does this data structure come up with some limitations? Is there any limitation of maps? Answer is yes. Of course, functional programming removes all this. But we have not yet entered functional programming. So these are the standard limitations of the map. Read this on your own. I'll discuss. Whenever there is a limitation, there is a solution. Okay, so the first limitation, there's a spelling mistake. Does map extend from collection? Answer is no. So can I say map is iterable? Answer is no. So the moment it is not iterable, you can't attach iterator. It is not a list, so list iterator is also gone, and your for each is also gone. So the point is, you cannot traverse through the map directly. All these statements are true till Java 7. But since I have not shown you functional programming, we'll just take it as true currently. Next one. If you are, I have taken a lot of time. So I've shown you searching criteria, sorting criteria and all that. But in the world of maps, all the API with a constant time factor revolves around key-based criteria. So see this. If you are trying to, because these are the pointers, how you're going to write the code today, tomorrow, anytime. So if you are searching or sorting or removing is based upon key-based criteria. Example, otherwise you feel lost. So listen to the example. Okay, before I say the example, let me finish the statement. Then if it is a key-based searching, key-based removal, key-based sorting, 100% you got a direct solution. But if it is based upon value-based criteria, you don't have a direct solution. That's a limitation of the map. So let me ask you the question. Let me ask you some question. You are you're going to do this today. You have got customers. Customers have got registered to your website. Today you don't have a website, but yes, later we'll have dynamic web application and all that. And now one of the customer is not happy with the services. She wants to unsubscribe. So for unsubscription, if the customer says, this is my email ID, please unsubscribe me. So tell me, what is it? Okay, so forget, don't tell me what is it. Tell me, can you use the ready-made API for such purpose? Can you use the ready-made APIs for such particular use case? Answer is 100% yes. Tell me your thinking. So here it is is it a searching, sorting or removal? It's a simple one. No, 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 no. I'm guiding you. So it is a okay, it is a remove operation, but before that you have to search. But I'm saying guys, all those days are past. There's a direct remove method, and what it takes is there's no two iteration. Key itself it is taking. I got the answer already. So I can directly write map.remove email because it is key-based removal. I hope you understood this. Now I'm giving you another thing. I'm saying, please give me the names of something, names of the customers who have registered after a particular date. I'll repeat my statement again. I'm saying, just display all the customer names who have registered after a particular date. Tell me. So what is this requirement? Searching, sorting, or removing? It is no, 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 wrong. You are wrong, on the wrong track, Vishesh. First, tell me. It's a searching. Is it searching by primary key or is it searching by non-primary key? Exactly, Anshuman. Is it primary key or, I mean, is it a key based or value based? It is not key based. What is the key of your data structure? Email ID. And you are searching here by by what? By registration date or something. It's a value based criteria. So yeah, date. So in that case, can you use any of your get method or contains key method or whatever? You can't. Are you understanding it? You can use, you will say, I'll use contains value. You're thinking wrong. All user has given you is not the total customer details, just the registration date, threshold registration date. So you can't use anything. And this is what is the limitation. Okay. So if you want to, if you come across this here, what it might, what are the solution is, you just convert the map once again into your collection view. So what does a collection view mean? You can convert the map either into the list of references or you can put it in the set of references. And once you come to the collection world, then you can attach it later. You can search using any criteria. You can use sort methods and everything. Okay. So looking at time, if I just talk about it, I hardly wrote anything today. Because heavier concepts were covered. So just to, not this, just to make you aware of it, what are the standard limitations of it? This statement is true till Java 7. Later I'll talk about other solutions. You can't iterate over the map. Forget any high-end requirement. I just tell you that you got a customers in the customer map. Just display all customer details. How we used to do it easily in your list and set? We used to simply attach a for each and story was over. But here, you simply cannot attach for each because map is not iterable. So in all these cases, there are three methods which can convert the map to a collection view. So all these details are there, but I don't want to waste time. I want to get us started first. So I'll just go over it in a faster manner. Wherever we require, of course, I'll have to slow down. So if you want to, before I ask a question, what does map consist of? Please remember, it is a key and a value pair. So if you are just interested in the keys, in extracting the keys from the map, which is the method you are looking at, a key set method. So map.keyset, what it returns you, you can see immediately. What is it returning you? Is it returning you values or keys? it is returning you set of keys. Okay, so all these operations are of course going to run in linear time, O(n) factor. So currently we are not there. We are focusing on the requirement yet. So this is going to return. You have taken an example which we will start in a minute. Integer and a bank account. So all I can get is the set of keys, nothing but my bank account numbers. But what is most often required here is not keys. Keys anyway map can manage. So the most often required step is here. How to extract value type of references from a given map. And the simplest method, or the method which you will end up using a lot before you enter, actually after you enter functional programming also, is values. So what is it returning? It is returning you remember collection. Collection is a super interface of a set and a list. So it will return you collection of values. Since values can be duplicated, it doesn't give you the data type, data structure as set. But since keys are distinct, it returns you set of keys. So this is the method you'll end up using a lot. So now imagine in some rare situation, rare requirement, if I want both, what is both? Key and a value both. So you will say that, okay, once you run key set and once you run values and you get it, of course I'll get it. But this is good for classroom size example. But when you are dealing with big data, when you have, let us say the size of the map is running in millions and all, you are iterating over the entire map twice. Are you understanding? Once for extracting the keys and once for extracting the values, getting the values. Nobody does that. So then there is a method here called as entry set. And when you use map.entrySet, what it returns, it looks little complex. So I'll take it towards the end. What it returns is set of entries. But what does an individual entry consist of? Key and a value pair. And what is it represented by? I hope you remember my discussion. A nested interface map.entry. So you get set of entries. And once I come to my set, tell me, is set iterable or not iterable? In short, can I attach the for each loop to the set? Answer is yes. So I can simply say for each entry E in set of entries, that is map.entry set. And then there are two methods in the map.entry interface, get key and get value. So in one iteration, in one single shot, I can extract both. But like I said, practically speaking or largely speaking, you're going to require values method a lot. So now let us start with the objective. And I was hoping I will start with functional programming or Java features. Doesn't seem to be happening. So this is tomorrow. Okay, so now let us have the, what do you say, sequence of operation. Just give me a minute. I'm just going to copy it from one of the sequences. I don't want to, but okay, initial things are easy. So this is now actual objective. So here I was going to copy the sequence, but then again I have to search for that sequence. Forget it. Create, or I'll say better this, store account details in a suitable map to guarantee, to ensure constant time performance for which operations? Put operation. When I say put, it is put if absent also. Get operation, CRUD operations basically, and remove operation also. And there are so many, contains key and all that. So this is the first one. And here, store this, fine. And then I would say, just give me a minute. I'm just looking at time. I'm just trying to design it. Store account details in a suitable map. So what will be the first step here? And start answering now. I'll write it as a question. What will be the type of the map? Since I want hashing based data structure to ensure, I think the basic data type is already decided. Hash map. What will be the key type and what will be the value type? You know. Primary key, I have kept it simple. Composite primary key example later. That's advanced map. So here, integer as the account number, and I can associate. You can think of this. So we'll be creating an empty hash map and we'll start. Next one. But every time adding the details is a pain. So we will create, for the testing purpose, create a populated map. Okay. From, see, this is when things start getting really interesting and of course complex. Do you remember we have already got, rather I have got already the bank account details somewhere. Let me open that. I just have to keep searching for that. This is a set based thing. This is your generics thing. Comma. I am looking for, no, not this. I'm just looking for a project which we had the complete list and all. I found it. So here, so can you see something? Don't feel lost too much. I mean, something is you are going to feel, but here. So here we had written the collection utils class. I don't want to waste our time here in writing this sample data again. So this is your first challenge, first task. So can everyone see? I have got the data in the list. So what I'm going to ask you is this. So wait a second. Create a populated map. Populated map means having sample data, hard-coded data. Create a populated map from the existing list. This is what will give you the manipulation just from list to map. So today we will do it in a what? Non-functional manner. Later I'll show you how to do it in a functional manner from the existing list. So we'll solve one by one. Now we'll start giving the options. So what are the options? Let me go faster. Create new account. See, these are the hard-coded accounts. This is what my bank already has. But user can always come in and create more. Then what else I will say? Get account summary. I hope you recognize all this. Get account summary. Then what else I'll say? That same thing, withdraw deposit, funds transfer. Add that. What else will write? Close account. This is all now practical, hands-on. So close account is fine. Then I'll say something else. Display all accounts. Actually, I'll take this up. Now the numbers you just manage. I mean, this is for your debugging. Display details of all accounts. Everything now you are going to solve. I'll do something for you. Just a second. What I'll do is I'll send my map API as a immediate help so that you are not, you can always open Java docs, but this is a consolidated summary form of it. So don't send any responses, please. Because I'm showing you. So let me give you, I did not share my all help because I'm not sure whether this we never reach Java at new feature. That was the reason. So can you please download map API.txt, keep it open so that when I start writing the code, you will give me the answers, what methods I should use, which methods I should use. So please download it, and somebody cannot download the text file, maybe on the WhatsApp group or something, please send. I mean, make it available to everyone. So here I'll go ahead with the sequence. So close account, create account, display details of all accounts. This is I think we can finish only this much looks like. I hope you got it. So somebody help all these guys. So now this is what is the starting point. Let us start with the brand new project. I'm just going to copy. Wait a second. Where I have reached? We have reached day 12 was yesterday. I've not started writing anything looks like. Day 13 we never wrote, right? Give me a second. So let me copy day 12.1 into something. Oh, day 13.2. Today is day 13, right, guys? Okay. So I'll copy it into day 13.3. Just open that and start looking at it. In a minute, I'll join you. Sorry for this. Sorry for that. So let me just close the things. Day 13.3. Let me say Control Shift W and all that. Okay. So now start responding. Here I'm opening from bank account. Take a look at this. And I don't want to start with anything which is collection framework related. So what I'll do is I will remove all the earlier stuff and we will add it only when required. So keep checking. Similar things you are going to do in your assignment also. So this was added for natural ordering. I hope I'm working in correct project. A 13.3 is fine. Why we had added this? Because we were working in list and that contains method as calling all this. So it was all required. Let me keep it simple. I'll keep the toString form ready. Business logic functionality is same. Apply interest same. And I hope you remember we had to override all this. Let me remove. We should not do things blindly. If it is required, then we will definitely add. So let us straighten up our bank account. I hope you realized what all I have kept it. Have a look at it. I have kept the basic state the same. The static initializer block, constructor, toString, business logic methods all the same. And there are a couple of getters. So this is same. Next thing is, now let's just observe. Account type I don't even want to change. So that is fine. Custom exceptions we will require. So let this be. Iterators I'm not going to require. And here, utils method. Validation utils, the business logic is the same. Minimum balance condition all the same. This is as it is. I don't want to get into that. Collection utils, of course. This verify account, I'm commenting because now it is no longer going to be based on your array list. It is going to be based on which data structure of today? Hash map. Okay. So this one, I don't want to change. So settle here and I'll give you the first requirement. Add a static method to copy sample data. This is what the first one was. To copy the sample data from list to a map. So tell me honestly, tell me, is the requirement clear? You have to be like comfortable in the maps. Of course, it doesn't happen overnight. Over time, you'll start getting comfortable. Anyone tell me, is this requirement clear or not clear? Is a comment clear or not? I need some response. Okay, so if you say so, only one clear I got. But anyway, so let's start adding. I'll know in a minute whether you are clear or not. So public static. To copy the yeah. So anyone wants to tell me, forget. I was going to give you some more help. I decided against it. What should be the return type of this method? Anyone wants to answer? Clear the screen. So here, this is I'll try to refresh, but sometimes it doesn't happen. Anyway, where is the refresh one? Okay, the answer is hash map. Let me not waste time in that. So answer is very much right. I just want to see the clarity. Give me a second. Hash map. What will be the type of the hash map? I'll clear it. I'll refresh it and then it'll go. So what will be key and what will be the value? Account number is going to be the key. What is the data type of account number? Int. What is that of a, but generics doesn't support it. So wrapper class types are being used here. So it is integer. And in the manner that when I say account number, I want to extract the complete account details, which is your bank account. Okay, so this is the return type. Now I'll give a self-explanatory method name, populate map. Anyone wants to tell me any argument is required here or not required, or simply what will be the argument? Answer is no argument. Then it's not reached. List is the correct answer. Read the comment. I've said I already have the sample data here in the list. So that list data has to be copied into map. So of course it is going to be the list. So today I'm working in array list, but later I might replace it from linked list or vector and all that. So I can definitely go to the super type. I can say list. Or if it is causing the confusion, today you can think of only array list. Array list, and what is the type of the array list is bank account. Let's say accounts. Now, sorry, I just increase this. Okay, so give me the pointers. So here, how are you going to copy? It's scribbing because there's no return value and all that. So how are you, what is your thinking process? What should I do? Let me see. Can I attach a for each map, for each to the map? Answer is no. But can I attach for each to the list? Answer is yes. So we will attach the iterate, exactly, iterate through the list, extract key and associate some put method, put if method and all that. Okay. But before that, what is it I have to do? I have to create a empty hash map. Let's say map equal to new. Now you see your diamond operator becomes so handy. Otherwise on the right hand side also I had to write earlier the whole thing. And now one liner or okay, two liners for each. Attach it to the list, not to the map. For each bank account, A in accounts. Anyone wants to dictate the next line? Which are the methods to insert the details in the map? Is put. So let's try the put method. So I will just add a SOP. So you'll know what is it returning. So added as input. And here I'll just add what is it I want to do is, sorry. Okay, I can do it right here. I'm doing this correctly. Map.put. Later you can play with put if absent. And what is the key? Key is the account number. So have I got the getter? Yeah, great. So a dot get account number. And what is the value type of reference? Is the bank account itself. And that's it. That's it means, of course, I have to return it. But see, I don't have to write irritating that whole code or whole details. I'm just transferring, I'm just copying the references from the list into a map of key and value pair. So return what? Return map. Is everyone clear? Such tricks you will have to follow, you will have to apply whenever, especially in the lab exam or wherever you want to do the simple test cases. So this is, yeah, somebody already answered that. So this is addition. I don't require anything else. Okay. So I'm just thinking of it. Show the desktop. Refresh. It's not clearing. I tried with the refresh. I wanted to get rid of this. Refreshing is not working. Anyway, let us not waste time. We are on the limited time always. So now let us say your validation utils are the same, collection utils are the same. Let us write the tester which can test the entire CRUD functionality of a hash map. Okay. Yeah, but that takes too much time. So like right now, I don't want to because individually I'll have to erase this. So the time consuming. I'm not going there. So here, SRC. Write the customer map. So let me write a tester package and let's call it as test customer CRUD operation or test customer map. Simple. Oh, sorry. I got mixed up. I'm solving the bank account map. You are going to solve either the student map or the customer map. So this is it. I could have copied from the earlier one, but this is just a chance, to give you more and more, what do you say, revisions. That's what. So that you can participate fast. Outermost. What is the outermost going to be? It is going to be your try with resources to open the scanner. Okay, done. The inner one. What is it we do here? Initialize the data structure. So Am I going to start with the empty map or pre-populated map? Are we going to start with, yeah, so already I got the answer. So who has to call whose method for that? Tester has to call the collection utils method, static method. So import static. So the whole day we spent in little bit heavyweight concepts. Now I'm trying to spend the little bit available time in applying those things. So here, utils, which is the class collection utils, and I'll require both of the methods. So here, I will write the left hand side. Anyone wants to tell me the RHS? You can write in short form, I can understand you. Bank account. So let's say account map, you know. So which is the method we want to call? Populate map. But the populate map, are we going to literally pass a null value here? No. So what should be the argument of populate map? It should be populate list. You are right. So here, see the way we have written in a clear-cut manner, I can manage in one liner. So if you are confused, I hope you are not confused. But if you are confused, go from inner to outer. Let me ask you, what does this return? Tell me. It returns you list of bank account type of references. And what is this RHS is good returning you? Those references are copied. So there are two data structures created. One is an array list and one is a hash map. And it is a copy of references. So becomes so easy to get started. Next one. So the rest is the same Boolean. I'll finish it in a minute. And then you can, what you can do in the meantime is you can keep the answers ready. So the first answer, at least keep it ready. Create account and display the details of two accounts. So just work on this. In the meantime, I'll finish the skeleton code. I should copy those options, becomes so boring to like this. Give me a second. 12.2. No, where did I copy it from? This tester. No. Somewhere I hope I'll find it easily. Otherwise, I'll just give up and write it. Okay, I got it. We may not finish all of them naturally, but at least, I got a starting point. Okay. So here is your map D. So here create, display, etc. So let's talk about it. Next one. So choose. So now inside you have try and catch all. Never leave the catch clause empty. Here, read off the pending inputs. By now, I think this should all sound very familiar and you don't have a question. But if you have a question, do ask me directly in the lab now. So try catch and innermost is the switch casing. Okay, that's it. So I think we have covered. Start. So the first one is, of course, create account. No boundary condition, nothing is required. So directly start asking, enter the account details. So this part of the code I'm going to take. And I'll just ask you, how will you modify it and all that. So here. So start answering. I've just copied the earlier code as it is. So this is not a list, this is a map. Which is the method which you would like to change it to? There's no add method, you know the answer. So if you say put, there is a fear of, what is the fear of? There's a fear of exactly put if absent, or you can do it. So I don't want to have the duplicate IDs, right? So if there is already the account with the account ID, you can definitely use put if absent. and make use of it. There's no need to write all this, check for duplicates and all that. So just see what I'm doing. You are going to require the account number in two places. Which two places? Once as the key of that entry and once in that value type also. So we'll slightly refactor the code. Enter account number. Okay, and read it off. Otherwise, you can't read the same data twice, right? So I'm saying account number sc.extend. If I make a mistake, do tell me. And if you want to check it immediately without going through the further details, is there any method which will tell me the entry with this key exists or not? Is there any method? I've given you the mapping there, contains key. So guys, there are 10 different ways of solving the same problem. So you can use contains key, and if it is returning true, you can throw the exception, that is duplicate record existing or whatever. Or otherwise you can use put if absent. If you open the code of put if absent is nothing but the combination of put and contains key. So let us do that. You can solve the assignment, given assignment in any manner. Coming back. So here I'm going through the contains key. Anyone wants to tell me? I'm checking here. So validate or check if duplicate key. So you know that you have given me the answer also. Just put it in the code. So which is the variable name for map? Account map. Which is the method we are going to look for? Contains key. And now take a minute's pause. So what is it I'm going to pass is, suppose I pass. Okay, so I'm saying suppose. If I pass account number, is this a correct usage or is this a wrong usage? Think about it. If it is returning, I'll say throw. You have some question to think over. I'm saying if I give the argument as account number for the contains key, which requires object, is it going to work correctly or is it going to fail? In list, it was failing. So take your time, no issues. So throw new, whatever, account handling exception. No, account handling exception. Take your time. Duplicate key found or duplicate account number, some error message. Okay. And here I'll say account map dot put. Now there's no need of put if absent because you have already validated. And here you will pass account number as the key. Put takes in two arguments, key and a value. Okay. So I don't have this at all required. I mean, this is not required. So see, the code is going to get simpler, not more complex. Account number, but I have a question still. So this is your, I'm just checking customer name, date, rest of the things are as it is. And there's no append operation. There is a operation here. So I have given you enough time, I hope. Please tell me, is this account number argument valid or invalid? Works or does not work? Answer is Pallav, 100%, or anyone who said does not work is wrong. This is going to work perfectly. Tell me why. So what is the reason behind this? Go slow over this. These are the concept. Anyone can use map API and learn maps in a minute. That's not, I mean, that is also important, but focus here. So when I give this int, what will compiler do? Auto boxing. So first reason is why I'm just explaining. So into integer. And now when I say integer, just understand my point slowly. I've just explained the hashing data structure, hashing based data structure in so much detail. So if it is a map, for finding it out, whether the key is duplicate or not, which is the method your JVM going to call? Which is the method, first method, which is the method it will call? Tell me. I'll repeat my question because I did not get any answer. Of course, it is going to call, no, those who are saying equals are wrong. First, it will call hash code method. But guys, tell me, whose hash code method it is going to call? Whose means? No. I don't want. I want the type. Tell me the name of the class exactly. Integer classes, hash code method. Bank account is totally wrong. Everything is done on the keys. So it is a key-based criteria. It's a key. So on account number, which is wrapped into integer classes, I'll write it. So integers hash code function will get called. From hash code, everyone knows it at least slightly. What will it find? It will pass it through additional hash function. And what it will derive? Derives bucket ID. BID is bucket ID. Okay. And then it will see in that particular bucket, empty or non-empty. If it is empty, what will contains key return? True or false? It will return false because the whole bucket is empty. And if it is non-empty, then guys, it has to call the equals method. But whose equals method? In case of, that is how we spend the whole day in case of non-empty bucket, it is going to call which classes which method? Integers equals method. So answer the question, guys. Has integer class, wrapper class, has it already followed the contract between overriding the equals and whatever hash code? Answer is yes. So you as a programmer, your bank account class, does it have to override any hash code or equals or follow the contract? Answer is not required. That is why people love maps. That is why people use maps so much. And you will see whole data structures in J2E is going to be map based. So I hope you understood something out of it. Of course, you'll have proper revision in the labs, all the code. So if it is containing key, duplicate account, and you know this, when you say throw, you don't need to write any else branch. So if the control comes here, what does it mean? It is a new key, as a new account number, no conflict. So here, should I use put or should I use put if absent? Tell me, what should I use in line number 40? Put or put if absent? Answer is put, because you have already checked that there is no duplicate. Okay, so then why you want to spend time and again let it call internally contains key? So it is foolish. So naturally I'm using put. But if you say no, I don't want to do it, can I combine this into one API? Answer is yes. So what is a combo of contains key plus put if absent? Okay, that is what we discussed. So this is your first case. Next one. We started at 11:10, so I'll be extending it slightly. Be mentally prepared. Next one. So what is that next case we said? Is display all account details. Interesting one. Okay. So here, just to give you an idea, because you're still first day in maths. So here I'll put it through the SOP. So you'll be able to see what is it returning. Null in case of new entry, and in case of a duplicate entry, it is not going to reach. So in short, you will continuously see the null value here. I said, I'll speak more slowly. Here you are already validated. So if the control comes here, it is definitely going to be a new entry. A new entry means what will put method return? It will return null value if there is no existing entry. So you'll definitely confirm this in a minute. Now, anyone wants to help me with the next one? So here, answer the question. How will I display all of my account details here? So once easy answer, there's a one easy answer. I can say SOP, and what is that variable name? Map, account map. So in this case, it will call maps as in hash maps to string. And you know how will be the output looking like? The output will be within a pair of curly braces, exactly like your JSON. And here you will have K1, V1. I mean, not in the order, I'm just saying K2, V2, etc. But this is not how we generate the report. What I want is, I want to print the account details on separate lines properly. So tell me, can I attach a for each loop to the map? Answer is 100% not. But don't like trust your whatever. So here Just see, try doing it and you will see it immediately. So if I say for each bank account A in account map, and if I say SOP, you'll see the error right away. So see this. Can you see the compiler error here? And take your cursor there and it will tell you can only iterate over an array or the instance of iterable. And tell me, is account map, is hash map iterable? Answer is no. So this is all failing. Can anyone suggest me the solution? Yes, already answer. I got the answer from Roshni. So here, not for Abhilash, it is not supporting any index base. Just now, whole day I spent in hashing this. Where is indexing coming in? There's nothing. But do you remember? That is why I gave you the full map API. In case you want to iterate over things, you can easily convert the map into collection view and tell me, are we interested only in account numbers or bank account details? Answer is bank account details. So what is a bank account in my data structure? Is it a key or is it a value? It's a value. So which method you want us to use? Do you want to use key set method, values method, or entry set? Entry set is overkill. So currently let us use values method and see with a small change. Sounds difficult, actually is easy. So can I say here account this, whatever, account map dot values, and suddenly error disappears. So tell me, what does account map dot values return? Answer this here. Is it returning a set? Is it returning a collection? Answer is collection. And collection is iterable. But collection of what type? K type or V type? Value type. And what is that value type replaced by? Bank account. So you have got collection of bank accounts. And once I come into my collection half once again, I can attach iterator, and that is that is your implicit iterator. Okay? So this was the second one. I think I can take more. So let's say case 3. We'll test it together in couple of minutes, last couple of minutes. So what is the next thing? Fetch account summary. And I hope you remember so much of hassle, so much was a learning curve there. But here you will see map makes things extremely easy. But I'll not say anything because I need the whole thing coming from you. Please open your map API which I have sent you and you are going to tell me. So let me start with this. Enter account number. Fetch the summary. So anyone wants to help me. When I say help me, tell me the names of the methods. Tell me the method, which method you want us to use. Okay, so I already got the answer. There is a get method and it is so powerful, so easy. The data itself is arranged in a key value pair. So all you do is in goes the key, out comes the value. So you are absolutely right. So here I'll just use, what is that? Account map dot get. And the best part is there is no hassle of overriding hash code and equals because today I'm dealing with simple maps. What is simple map? The map whose data type, key type is the Java type, string and integer and all that. I can, not today, don't worry. I can make it more advanced by saying instead of using simple primary key, use composite primary key. And then it goes to a different level of advanced things. So today we are learning in a first step only. Coming back. So this is account map is fine. And what should I give? Ashish has already given me the answer. SC dot next trend. Okay. Do systematic revision of the things, guys. And then, and please follow the sequence of revision, which I will detail out in the our core Java assignment. That is only to benefit everyone. Okay, so anyway, so I'll say control 1. Okay, I can write that much. What is it going to return? Anyone wants to tell me? What will be the return type here? You have given me Ashish the RHS. Give me somebody LHS, please. Yeah, but which reference? Bank account reference. What else? So bank account, AC, and or again better naming practices, your bank account. And how do I find out whether it is existing or not? So tell me, if the key is found, it will return me the actual value reference. If the key is wrong, I mean invalid bank account ID, what will it return? Null. So simply look for null. So if bank account is equal to null, throw the exception. You can do it in lesser lines also. Wait a second. So here, everyone knows it. So just copy it from here. Okay. And this is invalid account number. So can't fetch the details. I don't even require writing refactoring methods and all because my map API is so powerful. I don't need too many things. So, sorry. Okay. So case 3 is done. Let's take the last one and stop at that. Case 4 maybe transfer funds. Okay. Closing is generally the easiest. You have a remove operation there. So let me take this and you will pitch in. You will participate. Okay. So the initial part is I'll take all the inputs from user. You keep your answer ready, please. So enter source, destination, account number, and transfer amount. Okay, start. So when I say start, yeah, you can tell me how should I proceed. It's all repetitive, so I expect you to respond. There is a lag, I guess. So which is the method I should use? You have done this earlier. We have done this earlier already. So which is the method? I'm not getting anything. I am not able to read. Yeah, now I started getting, I think. Yes. So how do I search for source account? That is the question being asked, Anshuman. I want the method name. Just now we did it. How do I do that? Which API I use? Guys, I have to first get the source account, destination account, and the method name is of course get. So this is a little bit repetitive. You can refactor it into a method also, but it is too less to do that. So let us go faster. Bank account source is equal to, you can put it in the thing. What is it? Refactored method later. Sc dot next. Right. Similarly, I add the rule. You can write the whole logic transfer funds in a separate method and nicely do that. So what we will say is invalid source account number. Repeat the same thing. Sorry. Repeat the similar things for destination. This you can hide in a complete method. Do that in the lab. Okay. Just correct me if I mess up. If it is equal to null, invalid destination account number. So if the control comes here, what is sure, what is ensured is source and destination accounts are valid. Got this? And now we have that method. You remember the method src dot transfer funds, destination account number, sorry, destination account and the amount. Have I read the amount? No. So this is about your updating. I'm not updating the map. I'm updating the state of the object, nothing but the bank account object. So I'm going to test only this much and stop here. So just have a quick look at what we did. We just did, we had already got the populated list of accounts, which we copied it into map. So at this point, this is a populated map having certain key and value pairs. And other options later we will do, not immediately. So which ones I will immediately try to finish is not now, later. At least these many. But this will continue in the lab, not now. So coming back to the point, if you want to add the new details, what is the thing? What is the sequence? You accept the details, you accept the key first, and either you can use the combination of, contains key followed by put, or the same thing is done with your put if absent method. So I'm just showing you one of it. So the methods to note is contains key and a put, or its equivalent alternative is put if absent. This was little interesting because map is not iterable. Map doesn't extend from collection. So I had to convert a map into collection view. So which are the three methods? Key set, values, and entry set. So tell me, just take the cursor. In the lab, I'll get it revised. So you will see that it is returning you collection of your bank account types, because bank account is the type of the value. And once I come to the collection, it is definitely iterable. I can attach a for each loop. The best parts are for retrieval and all that. This doesn't run in constant time performance. You know that. But here, in goes the key. Keys hash code equals method will be called suitably. And if the key is found, this will return you not null. So if it is null, oh, by the way, I forgot. If the control comes here, I want to show the summary. So here I'm showing account summary. Otherwise, you will not get anything. So what is it we are saying is, this is your found bank account. And this is the latest one built on based on earlier ones. So you're validating source and destination account and simply calling the funds transfer. Let's confirm it and stop right away. Where have I made a mistake somewhere? Okay, I don't have this at all. I'll just simply say Control Shift and O. Control Shift O will bring in, organize the imports, fix the imports. So, tell me, what is this output from? Anyone wants to answer? Quickly, I know it is late, but I need some answers at least. You remember this added null, where we have written it as the return type of the put method. And since I'm arranging the data, here I'm giving non-duplicate values. When I take the revision in the lab station, I will of course ask you to play with the details. Somewhere you add the duplicate keys and you'll definitely see if you use put, the earlier entry will be replaced, earlier value will be replaced by new value. Otherwise, if you use put if absent, it will not overwrite the things. Everything can be done with when code is there in front of you. Now, so now I'm saying display all accounts. Let's see whether we have got some data. So do you remember the first one was the toString? So you take a look at it and it just calls the hash maps toString, which will show you some data structure part. So key and a value is packed together, is bound together. But the readable output is here, where we converted into collection of values and attach the iterator. Next one. So now you have some data in front of you. I can always ask you. So let's see this. So I'm saying create an account. And if I add the duplicate account number, tell me, if I press enter, when I press enter, what will happen? Is it a duplicate key or a non-duplicate key, distinct key? Of course, it is a duplicate key. Observe immediately. So here you can see that which is the method we have used for contains key. Contains key return me true. So I'm throwing the exception and coming out of it. And the moment I try to do create account with a new key, let's say something, let's say 12, something, account number. So it is still, so it has passed that check. And now I can peacefully enter the other details. So let me give the other details. The customer name, the type is, let's say, current account. Just guide me. Name and this creation date. Okay. Then the balance. And then I had something else, I guess. Oh, the IFSC code. So let it be some other branch of HDFC. So please observe here These are the details which I had entered, and everyone knows the answer. Why it is null? Because it's a new entry. So what will put method return? The there's no existing value reference, so returns null. This is all fine. And how do you confirm whether whatever you have added, the initial details are entered or not? Say display all. And here, please don't expect any sorting or any ordering. That is your linked hash map, sorted map, and all that. But the entry has been added. Is everyone clear with the map API at least? Whatever is being discussed towards the end of it. So now let me just show you some existing one and non-existing one. Map API is the easiest because it's most powerful one. So let me say fetch account summary, the latest one. What was the latest account I created with account ID 12? And as you can see, are we getting the complete details? You check it more thoroughly in the lab. And if I give something non-existing, of course, it throws me the exception. You know the details. And the last one before I stop is transfer funds. So let's say from 101 to 5600. See, we have got this, so you can later check. So 5600 will become 55 and this will become something 46. So I'm not given the message, I've forgotten, I realized that just now, but you can always check here. So are we doing the things correctly? Yeah, 5500 is fine. And the next one was what? I hope I'm not messed up. Yeah, it was the same. So it has got 5500. So I'm not saying that you try all the things together today, but at least basic CRUD operation is over here. I've not done the removal of the data, but that I'm going to give you as additional work in the lab session. So since it was a very long session, let us stop right here. I will write in detail the sequence or whatever that core Java assignments part. Please follow that and we'll meet in the lab session. That will be all. Okay. So how much percentage? Let's not have such questions, Pratul, now. Let's have it when both of us are fresher. This is not. I'll tell you. Functional programming, IO and threads are remaining that way. Okay, so you find the percentage. So this is all. And let's have a lunch break and resume in lab session. Let me stop here. It's not responding. Yeah, most welcome.